Okay, Shalom Israel. Hope everybody's doing well today. We're back at it again. Shout out Cabo Cobb and this congregation in Guatemala. Hope everybody's doing well today. Also shout out SOW family, Kazaki in Virginia, Quatazop in Houston, and Zion Ali in Rochester, New York. Hope everybody's doing great, and it's going to be great to sit back here and have a chance to see each other in a few weeks for the Passover. I'm about to sit back here and send our prayers to the Most High, give the Most High his just due, and get ready for the Sabbath class. So, Majim, Mapanya, just us. All right. Just us. That's right. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Ha-ha-wa-ah. Nathan-lanawa. Awar. Zion. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light this day. Thank you. So be it.
Okay. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Ha-ha-wa-ah. Nathan-lanawa. Raya. Nayakaka.
The water. Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
Imagine Mapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Ha-ha-wa-ah. Nathan-lanawa. Shabbat. Ba'Shalom. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you. So be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha.
Ayanyamya.
Ahaya. Ma'aya. Yabu'ah. Isaiah. Yabu'ah. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shemaiah. Wa'aratazah. La'ah. Yanathan. Lamawah. Regalia. Yala'ah. Nawam. Shashamoyah. Hana. Yala'ah. Nawam. Wala'ah. Yeshan. Shashawamar. Yasharala. Yahweh. Shemaya. Yahweh. Tezalia. Ayo. Yanyamya. Hashemah. Yala'ah. Hakaya. Bayawam. Wala'ah. Harabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashemaya. Makor. Right. Yashemar. Napasha. Yahweh. Yashemar. Awarakia. Wabu'aya. Ma'aitha. I will love.
Amen. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from which cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'ala shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Alahayim now. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Alahayim now. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Alahayim now. Yahweh. Achad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa. Shabbat Shemayim. Wadash. Haya. Shamka. Yahweh. Malakwatka. Baba'ah. Ratazaka. Haya. Aisha. Ba'aratazah. Kawah. Haya. Bashemayim. Nathan-lanawa. Lacham. Ko. Yawam. Wasalachanaw. Chawatinaw. Hasalachanaw. Chawatinaw. Wala'ah. Zabianaw. Wanasawan. Abo. Awashinaw. Mayan. Kaya. Lakam. Amalakwa. Waha'ala. Wahantapa'awa. Amen.
Lord's Prayer in English. Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. La'ayahaya.
La'ayahaya.
Lakah.
Lakah.
Alahaya.
Alahaya.
Achaya.
Achaya.
Hanya.
Thou shalt know other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah.
La'ah.
La'ainah.
La'ainah.
Lakah.
Lakah.
Lasal.
Lasal.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
La'aibada.
La'aibada.
Thou shalt not make any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah.
La'ah.
Salah.
Salah.
I'm sorry. Let me finish it. Salah. Wachah.
Salah. Wachah.
Sham.
Sham.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawah.
Bashawah.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar.
Zakar.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabat.
Hashabat.
Laquadashwa.
Laquadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep the holy.
Number 5. Kabad.
Kabad.
Abaka.
Abaka.
Ya'amaka.
Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father, thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah.
La'ah.
Taratazah.
Taratazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah.
La'ah.
Tana'ah.
Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah.
La'ah.
Taganah.
Taganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah.
La'ah.
Ta'ainah.
Ta'ainah.
Shakwar.
Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
10. La'ah.
La'ah.
Ta'chamad.
Ta'chamad.
Ho. Asherah.
Asherah.
La'raika.
La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Braktayahu Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Braktayahu Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Ha'awa'ah. Natalanawa.
Natalanawa.
Hatawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives to us the law.
Okay. Israel, Yeshabium.
Everybody take a seat.
It's good to have you back. We had a lot of went through a lot of information last week.
Guys. It could pick up on the mic. Okay. Tawada says, I didn't know your husband drew him. Tell the brother Tawada for the pictures. We really appreciate his work. Okay, y'all. We're gonna Shamshwan and Dariyad went into depth on the topic last week on the Sabbath. What we're gonna do, we're gonna start from the very beginning of verse 20, but we're gonna run through. We're gonna go quicker through what Shamshwan and Dariyad already went through, and just continue in the story. I don't want to just stop midway because I wasn't here to know where exactly they stopped. So we're going to run through the beginning, but we won't get past, we won't elaborate as much on what Shamshwan had already elaborated in. So we're going to sit back and kind of just push through it, the beginning part, and then continue in the class. Okay, with that being said, we're going to start off in Josephus, book 13, chapter 4, paragraph 9. Johanna, can you cut it down just a little bit more? This is a little warm in here. I don't know about y'all. Maybe it's just damn circus lights out. You're right there, yeah. Just go to 3. Just go to 3.
You can feel the difference.
Can you really? Okay, we'll see. Is it? Okay, go to 72, man.
There's a difference.
I don't know. It's just, we almost had to like cool it off first. I don't think we cooled it off early enough.
We getting warm now.
I don't know what's going on. This is not
Sabbath
awesome.
be out.
It's going. How about when it gets 100 degrees? How's it going to feel inside here?
That's the real.
How about that one?
That's the real.
That's the test.
Might have some more fans in there.
Oh, but you know what? Eureka! You can put that on. See, everything's gonna be okay now. Forgot about that. We'll get more to kind of oscillate down the line, man. Won't just be selfish Jews just with arrows in
Well,
here.
they got them up there.
We the ones sweating. It's being
Okay, we better get a
We
big fan,
sweat?
a big quiet fan.
well, we need to have one over there
Yeah.
in the corners. In the corners
that might
would be
help
good. We have one in the kids' room. We can just maybe bring it out.
Yeah.
Anyway, we got you. We'll just get a couple more of those. And just put them on the corners, man. Then everybody will be smiling. Okay.
Blow your nose everywhere.
Oh, does it? Well, y'all can sweat, man. Yeah, so cool. If y'all want to sweat, man. If y'all want to sweat, y'all can sweat.
It's just a little
You got to use your phone as a paperweight.
calculation of the
You
things off.
calculate. All right, you got to do what you got to do. But this is for the people right here. The fans for the people. Anyway, okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Can somebody close that door? Okay. So let's do this. First man up, Pariah.
Karaya, Shashamatah, Banashah, Banishala.
Pariah, Shashamatah, Banashah, Banashah, Amucha. Yahweh Shashamatah.
How about Shim Yashabakatam?
Shashamatah.
Antiquity of the Jews, Book 13, chapter 4, paragraph 9.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
But when Demetrius, who was styled
Nicator or Nicator, whatever. Nicator or Nicator means victor or victory. You know, all these nicknames are predicated on ego and pride.
Yeah.
To present themselves to be somebody that they're not. It's just like old time ways of marketing themselves, like they do it now. Right. Trump is marketing himself a certain way to be this grand guy, this art of a deal kind of guy. So everybody has in the leadership positions from the beginning of time, from antiquity, presented themselves to be something that they weren't, or to be greater or grander than who they really are. Okay? So anyway, let's continue.
But when Demetrius, who was styled Nicator, had taken the kingdom, he was so wicked as to treat Ptolemy's soldiers very hardly.
Don't forget, he wouldn't have gotten the kingdom or the Seleucid line. He wouldn't have had jurisdiction of such a vast empire without Ptolemy Philometor's military that helped fight Alexander and kill him and take him down. And from the very beginning of time, the key to any victory is to have access and control of a strong army.
Yeah.
Without a powerful army, you can't sustain any type of empire, any type of anything. Okay? Without the ability to pay your men and to take care of your military men. So what he did is, he sat back here, got his power, and as soon as he got his power, he dismissed the Ptolemaic army soldiers. Don't forget, he still had Seleucid soldiers from the north that he had control of. But what he ends up doing, he ends up sitting back here and dismissing the troops that were given that were given to him, that were affiliated with the king of the south. So he sits back here and initially discards the soldiers from the south. He still has the soldiers from the north. He discards the soldiers from the south. Read on.
Right. It says, neither remembering the league of mutual assistance that was between them.
Don't forget, and from the prior readings, Ptolemy Philometor vouched for him to the council and the leadership of Antioch. Because the council and leadership of Antioch was leery of having another damn Demetrius come into power.
Why?
Because the previous Demetrius was in those towers,
Exactly.
hidden and protected, and didn't give a damn about the people the first time.
So I don't know if I can have this guy or this type of person.
Well, because the thing is this, you still have to appease to the money-making elites in your region to make sure that their needs are going to be met.
They support.
You have to support the people. You have to take care of the people that's backing you.
Yeah.
And Ptolemy vouched for this guy, and as soon as he gets power, he shows his rear end and starts burning bridges automatically. Okay? Read on.
It says, nor that he was his son-in-law and kinsman by Cleopatra's marriage to him.
Don't forget, Cleopatra is a name and a moniker. That Cleopatra with Elizabeth Taylor, you know, a lot of these pro-black Kemet guys that just say, yeah, Cleopatras are really black. No, Cleopatras are Greeks. Cleopatras have always been white women. Don't forget that moniker, that name was the beginning of that name was used when the Greeks began to rule Egypt.
And that's Cleopatra 1, 2, and 3, right?
There's many Cleopatras. There's many Cleopatras, not just one. That's the name of the Ptolemaic line queens that were the wives, and a lot of times / sisters of the kings of Egypt. That's really how it was. So this Cleopatra was married to Demetrius because Ptolemy Philometor vouched for him. He got killed. Now that Demetrius II has the power, he is going to ostracize and treat badly the Ptolemaic soldiers that had vouched for him. Okay, let's continue.
So the soldiers fled from his wicked treatment of Alexandria. But Demetrius kept his elephant.
But listen, and that's the dirty dog part. Because a lot of times when people are in positions of power, the thought and the idea is, I don't need the men, I just need your artillery.
Yeah.
I just need your tanks.
What?
You get because that's really what is it? I want your tanks. I want your tanks. I want your advanced weaponry. I want your advanced military. But I don't really need your men. I'm okay with paying these elephants in hay and dirty wine to make them angry.
Yeah.
I'll do
They're
that.
replaceable.
Listen, the men are replaceable, but I need the elephants and elephant trainers to keep these elements right. I need those. I need those guys. I don't need you. I don't need your other military men because I don't want to have to pay you guys every damn day long.
And so I wonder how shyster that was.
It is.
How scamish that is.
It is. And now I know that's why I don't want to heavily go into that. But these are facts. It's about economics, and it also shows you what we're reading about now. And you're seeing with the Seleucid Empire all these succession of leaders that are coming and going. Election. This is the downfall and the decline of the Greek Empire. Because as we're reading about what's happening with Jonathan and the Jews, we're also reading about the decline of the Greeks and the increase of the Romans. We just haven't focused on Rome yet, but Rome is still conquering and gaining traction throughout most of Europe. They're gaining traction through most of Europe, and it's only a matter of time before they start working themselves past Egypt and getting towards cold Syria, Antioch, Babylon, and then Parthia, which is Iran present day, and the Carmenians.
They already got a stronghold on the grain coming out of Egypt.
And that's the point. And what's happened, they haven't completely conquered Egypt yet, but they've made the Egyptian empire their vassals. To a degree, they're giving them, they're supporting them financially or with the grain. And they need the grain supply to keep feeding the military. What the Romans understood is that empires are maintained through the belly of your soldiers. Your belly of your soldiers is how well you take care of your soldiers. But as we're going to read, how well you take care of your men and your soldiers is also predicated on how many more empires you take over. And this is why, as we go into classes on Mondays, we're going to read about Esau being the beast. Because the only way to continue to maintain global empire, you have to keep doing what? You have to keep conquering other countries. You have to keep obtaining other natural resources. Because if you don't keep taking and acquiring and stealing from other countries, you can't keep feeding the machine. You can't keep feeding the military industrial complex. Listen, just bringing it back to present day, in the last week and a half in this war with Iran, the U.S. has spent $11 billion. $11 billion. But the United States can't direct that $11 billion towards SNAP benefits, supporting the poor, being able to sit back here and help people with their medicine and their medical needs. That's not a priority. But spending $11 billion in war is. But why is spending $11 billion in war important? Why is it a worthy investment from Esau's perspective? It helps keep them power, but they can make more money.
Yeah.
I might blow 20 billion, but if I can control Iran and the money source and the oil and those ports, then I can make 5-10 times that.
Yeah.
And I'll make even more if by beating Iran will help strangle and break China in their progression. So 20 billion is worth it if I'm going to make 10 trillion, 10, 15
I'm
trillion.
trying to make a flip.
But
That's what it
if
is.
we're going to sit back here and take it on the corner, let's go to the corner. I got to sit back here in order to keep funneling it and feeding my drug enterprises. I got to branch out. I got to keep going down other blocks and taking other people's territories. Because if you don't keep taking territory, you can't keep feeding the machine. Look at our business. If we're going to get out of the red, what do we got to keep doing? We got to get more trucks. We got to run more routes, hire more people, make more profit. Right or wrong? You can't get out of the red by staying where you're at. You got to sit, but the problem is this. You can't grow unless you get infusions of money. You got to get more loans to make more money, to pay the loans back, and get a little bit more profit.
Or even just to sustain equipment.
But that's my point. But it's still about you got to get more money to make more money. You got to spend more money to make more money. That's the nature of Esau's economy, and Esau understands it. So Esau has to keep stealing. Didn't MCA say it? I got to get mine, so I'm gonna take yours. Did he say that?
That's the principle.
Everybody would sit back here and laugh at MCA when he said it in his most grimiest voice on a rap song. Because he said it very sinister when he said it.
Yeah.
I'm like, this guy's a dirty guy. But that's the way of how to sustain in this dirty world. Esau has to keep taking more to sustain and to grow and get more. Don't forget, the United States is trillions in debt. I don't know if we know that. Trillions. And every month, they're making the bare minimum payment. I don't know if you know, United States credit score has gone down a notch. It used to be A+, now it's A. The credit score is dropping. Because they can only barely pay, what do you call it, the minimum payment.
For the interest.
So when you're paying a minimum payment on a credit card, what ends up happening? Your interest keeps banging on you. So your interest is higher than what you put down as a minimum payment.
There's nothing going to principal.
There's nothing going. You're actually, if your debt was 1.5 trillion or 10 trillion, in a month it's 10 trillion point 3. And then if you make a minimum payment, the next one's going to be 10 trillion point 5. It keeps rising. How do you get out of the red but to take more? And that's the problem.
Or print more money.
But the problem is this: you can only print money based on consumer confidence. So the point is this: consumer confidence in the petrodollar. But what is Iran saying? You can go through the Strait of Hormuz if you pay for the gas and pay us in Chinese yuan. So by doing that, all of a sudden the dollar has less value, and you can't print. The value of what you're printing is of less value because the global landscape is not paying for oil in the U.S. dollar. So the debt keeps getting worse and worse and worse, and the only way to get out of it is to keep taking. I'm not justifying it. This is the mindset behind why the beast is the beast. Sit back here and look at beast. Definition of beast. 1828.
Beast.
Go number 2
Beast.
and 3.
Beast point number 2. Opposed to man. It signifies any irrational animal.
Animals normally aren't irrational. Why does a dog bite half the time? Because they're threatened. Or when you see, have you ever seen like the Caesar Milan show? And he's like the dog whisperer.
Yeah.
You ever seen those shows out? And normally dogs operate naturally, and if they don't, there's some major trauma happened to them. So for an animal to be irrational, there got to be some real distorted scenarios going on. But this beast, United States, this global military industrial complex is distorted and irrational. And the thinking is, I have to keep destroying everything around me in order for me to survive. We're done.
Figuratively, a brutal man, a person rude.
Keep at that point. I hate to say it, but all that beast is fulfilling is the original mindset of Nimrod. I think Shashwan brought it out multiple occasions about that Nimrod spirit, about having victory over the people. And you have victory over the people by crushing people.
It's two parts to it. It's Nimrod mentality. Nimrod received gratification out of the kill of his enemies. There was a reward that he had that was he received a gratification off the bloodshed of the victim.
Yeah.
But in this case right here, it's more so explaining Esau as far as the prophecy of Esau during Genesis 27, when he says you're gonna live by the sword. You're gonna eat off the fat of the land, but you got to live by the sword to do so. Meaning you have to become a murderer in order for you to have dominion.
And you have to continue to do it. In order to get dominion, you have to keep being filthy, coarse, destructive, irrational. It does. Listen, was it really rational to sit back here? Right now, they're starving Cubans. The Cubans are being starved to death. Russia's having to send their fleets and ships to help give Cuba aid. But the funny thing is, Cuba really doesn't want to get the aid of Russia. Why?
They don't want to own.
Thank you. How about you gonna get 4-letter word or 6-letter word, however you want to call it, from the United States, or you're gonna get 4 or 6-letter word by the Russians. But you might just get a little better deal by the Ruskies. But if you take the deal with the Ruskies, it doesn't change the fact that the U.S. boys are going to still keep putting pressure on you. So what deal do you take?
You take the deal with the Russians, you got to bring more nukes.
Listen, Russians are far away. You got to ask yourself, how much protection are they going to give you? So if you did the deal with them, you're still right next to these boys that got military weight that can still put pressure on you. Is it really the smartest move to go with them? Or do you destabilize your government and let these guys come in here and you'll have some peace? It's a bad deal across the board.
They're allowing foreign-born Cubans to invest in the Cuban market now.
Well, to be specific, what's happening with Cuba is everybody that got kicked out of Cuba, their generations are being allowed to come back in and take what they lost. Remember Godfather Part 2? Remember Godfather Part 2? Who remembers Godfather Part 2? In Godfather Part 2, you had Michael and Hyman Roth, the Amalekite, were sitting back here trying to make deals and operate on how to sit back here and invest into Cuba. What was Cuba at that time? What was Cuba at that time? It was clubs. It was dirty clubs. Remember when they were in that underground spot out? And all that weird bam. It was weird music, weird sounds going on. And there was all kind of debauchery going on in Cuba.
Right.
And that was when Michael found that his brother sold him out.
Yeah.
Right.
But in that scene, they didn't show you the clips of what was going on. There was all these crazy exhibitionist, lewd sexual acts going on in Cuba.
Right.
That was what was happening in Cuba. Enhanced prostitution and exploitation of the people.
Right.
Gambling and all type of debauchery happening in the region. This is what they do. Well, people don't even tell you, even South Korea. They say South Korea is a democracy is there. But then they'll say North Korea bad, South Korea good. But what's happening in South Korea? Prostitution and debauchery is at an all-time high. So is it really made a better society in South Korea when people are being corrupted hand over fist? And this is what It's happening in Cuba. They want all the oligarchs that got kicked out by Castro to be brought back into that region so they can exploit the region, turn it into another Vegas,
Yep.
turn it into another place where the people can get exploited.
That was the vision.
That was happening then, and this is what Castro did back then. He kicked out all the corruption. And if you want to be specific, he kicked out all the Edomite-looking Cubans and kept all the dark-skinned Cubans in Cuba. That's what happened. But this is what they're trying to do is bring back the old way, because Esau always keeps what? Score. Esau keeps score by all the losses they had. They ain't taking no losses long term. You know that Castro was trained CIA, right? That's the only reason he was able to sit back and survive over 60 to 80 assassination attempts. They tried to kill him 80 times.
Right.
That's crazy. They couldn't get
You
him.
got that matrix.
80 times? They coming for you?
They said Castro had a lot of body doubles.
Well, listen, you gotta do something.
Yeah.
They coming for you every night.
Poison your food, trying to poison.
That's my point. My point is, what does that mean? Esau was non-stop and relentless in wanting what he lost. This is the mind of the beast. He can't take a loss. So now he's sitting back here starving. I got him by the cojones.
Yeah.
They took out Venezuela. Venezuela was keeping Cuba afloat. Venezuela oil was keeping Cuba afloat. You cut off Venezuela, you hurt China, and you break Cuba. That's what's happening. But this is the mind of the beast. I have to keep taking and acquiring and making more money under the guise of democracy. So Esau is like, I got to keep taking and taking and taking for the empire to keep being sustained. This is where the Greeks are at. This is what Rome understood. Until they got too far and too overextended, bad leadership, and the military in to be specific, the Romans, the Praetorian Guard is who ran Rome after Marcus Aurelius. After Marcus Aurelius died and his son Commodus ran the empire to the ground, then it was from there, it was this military, the highest elite force of the military who was bribed, and they did open requests. Who wants to run the kingdom? We're going by the highest bidder will sustain and back the next leader that comes into power. That was Rome at the end. The empire was ran by the military. What's happening now? This empire is ran by the military-industrial complex. What was happening in Greece? At the end, you lived and died off of the military sustaining you. All of the morals are thrown out the door. So what we're reading in Greece, we read about after the fall of Marcus Aurelius in Rome. We're reading about now in the United States. You can start seeing the decline of an empire when you start seeing how desperate they are to keep going to war in unnecessary battles. And when you start losing battles, then things start becoming a problem. When Rome started, they couldn't keep moving north in Rome. It was so many stalemates, they couldn't keep progressing. Less land, less conquest, less money. What we're going to read about, even with Demetrius II, he can't pay his men. One of the reasons you can't pay his men, I'm just going to read this. Demetrius II, I'm going to read about him. Demetrius II, the reasons for his fall. It's a conflict with Parthia. Demetrius lost all eastern lands, the Medes and Babylon, to the Parthians, and eventually was captured in 139 BC. Now we're going to read.
Parthians, Iraq, right?
No, the Parthians is the region where Iran is, and further east.
Yeah.
So what happens is he lost a big chunk of the Seleucid line, of the Seleucid dynasty. Let me see if I have any pictures to show how much land the Seleucid line had. Hopefully I got some pictures. Okay, you see the yellow? If you see the yellow on the screen, I'm going to let people get on their line real quick. So during Demetrius' time, this is how you know it's about to be the end of this damn Greek Empire or the king of the north. If you look on the screen, you see all that yellow? The yellow was the king of the north. The blue or the purple at the bottom was the king of the south, was Ptolemy's empire. But look at the yellow. What Demetrius II, during his reign, ends up losing is literally from Iraq, which is Mesopotamia, Babylon, all the way east. He lost all of that. If you see Mesopotamia, he lost from Mesopotamia and Madai all the way to the right. That's a major blow. That's a major L. So if you lose an entire region, what else are you losing?
All the taxes.
All the taxes and all the monies and everything you need to keep these. To pay who? To pay your soldiers.
And you lose the trade routes.
You lose your trade routes. You lose your resources. You can't pay no more soldiers. Now all of a sudden you're cutting costs. Now you're cutting costs. Because you can't afford the maintenance of your empire. And if you can't afford the maintenance of your empire, then all of a sudden you got to start cutting corners and saving money and being cheap about things.
Government shutdowns.
Yep, all of a sudden government shutdowns, money gets cut, military gets pay cuts. Then all of a sudden the military's mad and they leave and go back home to Ptolemy. But why? Because you lost almost 2/3 of your empire. I'm trying to see if I can find a Parthian map that can help show how much of that space. I haven't. I just don't want to sit back here and look for it all dang day long. I got a Parthian map here somewhere. I don't think I'll have time to find it. Anyway, listen, I got it, but I have a lot of different images to look through, and I don't think it makes sense to waste time, everybody's time looking for that image. Okay, what am I trying to say? All I'm saying is, what's that? Parthia, not the Persian Empire, the Parthian Empire.
No, it's just Parthian.
Text it to me.
Screenshot.
Anyway, I'll keep talking, but Demetrius lost almost a half to 2/3 of his empire during his reign, and this is a major reason why this is an older map. Well, I haven't gotten your text yet, but that's another map. It's not the greatest map. I'm not going to worry about it.
I emailed one too.
You emailed to the isbhpk?
Mm-hmm.
One second, y'all. I'm trying to. Okay. I think that's the same one Thawam had. Okay, here it goes. Thawam, I think this is the same one you were going to show me. If you look at the Parthian Empire, now, this is an older map of this is a newer. This is like later on than the Demetrius time. Just so we know, because they hadn't gotten that far west yet. Because that area, they've gotten even further west. That's the Antiochian Empire. You see where Armenia is? That's where Antioch was. So they didn't get that far. But it's darn close. And Parthia, so Parthians, which are still kin to the Iranians, took over a major region of the Seleucian Empire. And that hurt him financially. So now all of a sudden, you don't have taxes and revenues to maintain your empire. So now you got to start cutting costs. Now you're the cheap person. Now you are defrauding your military. Okay, then all of a sudden things are escalating or de-escalating even faster. Because now you have to keep going to war to keep the little that you have left. Because now it's almost like blood in the water. and now you look weak when you're doing cost cuts and you're sitting back here and you're backing out of fights and you're backing out of battles. What do you think's happening? Why do you think the United States right now is trying to put boots on the ground in Iran? Because they're talking about that and they're sending the Congress disapproved like a $200 billion advance with money because they got to keep moving forward. If the U.S. capitulates to Iran and they leave all their military bases in the region and they allow Iran its sovereignty, are you serious? You know how bad that makes the U.S. look?
Oh yeah, weak.
That makes them look weak as hell. And all of a sudden, why are their Saudi Arabians going to sit back here and make their dollar the priority? They're not. And if Saudi and the Saudis and all those billionaires don't feel defended, they'll put their money and resources to China and Russia. Then they lose the entire region, and now they're screwed. And this is why when you read the scriptures about how Babylon is being put into a snare, they can't get out of this. They got to keep going forward. But this is what happens when your empire is collapsing. If you back away, you lose more money. So you have to double down and max out as much as you can to keep your empire alive. And this is what's happening to Demetrius II, the victor, so to speak. That makes sense? Okay, so let's continue with where you're at, Kariah. Let's read it from the top again.
Antiquity of the Jews, Book 13, chapter 4, paragraph 9. But when Demetrius, who was styled Nicator, had taken the kingdom, he was so wicked as to treat Ptolemy soldiers very hardly.
So he was wicked and he was desperate. It was both. Read on. Because the thing is this. You know a man when his back's against the wall, what kind of person he is. You'll know a person when his back's against the wall and the heat's on. You'll know where a person's real heart is at. And you know if a person is full of you know what or not when times are hard and things are difficult. Read on.
It says, neither remembering the league of mutual assistance that was between them, nor that he was his son-in-law and kinsman.
When it's skin for skin, and this is what Satan said about Job. If it's skin for skin and he gets touched, he's going to curse you. And most people, when they get touched, when their life gets difficult, they turn on people. That's the nature of mankind. Read on.
It says, nor that he was his son-in-law and kinsman by Cleopatra's marriage to him.
Mm-hmm.
So the soldiers fled from his wicked treatment of Alexander. But Demetrius kept his elephants.
Hold that. We're going back to it. Now let's go to 1 Maccabees 11 and verse 20.
1 Maccabees chapter 11 and verse 20.
Let's do it.
At the same time, Jonathan.
So at the same time that Demetrius II is catching his hell, trying to maintain his empire, and things are collapsing around him, read on.
Jonathan gathered together them that were in Judea to take the tower that was in Jerusalem.
So now you have Jonathan is catching hell in Jerusalem. Because I don't give a damn if you're Jonathan in Israel or if you're Esau trying to maintain global empire. Didn't Ecclesiastes chapter 40 say that travail was meant for every man? I don't care who you are. You're going to have adversities and adversaries that are getting in the way of progress. And there's always going to be somebody or someone trying to make life 10 times harder than what it's supposed to be. And this is the way of the Heavenly Father. Nothing in life is easy. Well, listen, that's why the Most High says endeavoring to keep the spirit of unity and the bond of peace. What is he saying about brotherhood? That it's war and it's hard work to maintain brotherhood. And if it's work and hard difficulties needed to maintain brotherhood, do you not think it's the same thing for marriage? It's hard work and sacrifice needed to sit back here and maintain marriage. Everything in life is difficult to maintain on any level. And also, you got, once again, you have the Jews in Jerusalem that are fighting to maintain the spiritual way. And you have Jews in Jerusalem that are fighting to push a more modern way. This is the root of it. We can call them the righteous Jews and the wicked Jews, and that's true also. But you have two different factions still fighting to gain residence in an arena. Or you can say it's you have one group that's fighting to maintain the harder way of living, and you have another group fighting to live a more easier and more comfortable way of life. And that battle is always raging in Israel. That battle is always raging between the older generation and the younger generation. Am I right or wrong? This is the battle when you're raising your children. The challenges in raising your children is to teach your child that discipline is king. That dedication and self-sacrifice is something that you have to give yourself to. Because the child is always looking for what? The easier solution. The easier path. Sometimes the brothers you're working with are looking for the easier path and don't agree that things should be as hard or as more discipline based as others. This is that constant struggle that you can never escape. Method. How to get from A to Z. So this is what's happening in Jerusalem. There's this strong conflict that no matter how many years Jonathan, his brother, his father, it's constantly a fight to have one prevailing perspective prevail in the kingdom. And this is why even when you read about in Daniel's chapter 2, he said that the base of that image was mixed with iron and miry clay. It's very hard in any kingdom, any camp, to sit back here and keep everything iron and strong. Because you're always fighting strength versus the desire for a break. Strength versus the desire for comfort and ease and an easier solution. It's always this struggle for strength and stability versus it doesn't have to be this way. It's always that struggle all throughout life. And this is the dynamic that Jonathan is facing with Acra. And if we're going to be honest in our lives, we all have an Acra in our home. There's a standard that's trying to be set. Then there's Acra. Acra represents why does it got to be this way?
Deviation.
Why does it have to be this way? There's got to be an easier way to do than to sit back here and live in this difficult state.
And justification for deviation.
Huh?
Because there are always reasons that you can create to say why would it be this way. There's always a reason, or one or two, three, maybe four reasons. People are collecting reasons in their little pocketbook.
In their pocketbook?
They have a little pocketbook. They open up. This is the reason why.
Justification pocketbook.
Paul, this is why we shouldn't do this. I have about 7 reasons. Let's explain reason number 3. We shouldn't do it because all the time you're not here, so I have to be the one to do it. And also, if you're not here anyway, why should I have to carry the burden? All of a sudden, it's this reason journal that you give people, but the problem is the outcome doesn't come out the proper way when you concede to weak reasoning.
Yes. But yes, and all I'm doing now is explaining that in all forms of life, there's an Acra there.
Yeah.
And I'm taking my time because Acra truly represents the fact that in your best intention to push your family, to direct your household, to direct the camp, to direct business, there's always that counterbalance that's always facing you. And that counterbalance is why there can't be unity. Unity is always being pushed. I hear with all black organizations about unity. Unity, 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 unity. Black man is powerful when the hand is closed together into a fist, you dig? Then he can do damage. You know all that 5-letter rhetoric. I'm trying to speak better because the kids are listening. But then I keep thinking about it's 5-letter word 4-letter word stuff. It's always this rhetoric that people want to talk. But the people that talk the 5-letter word rhetoric also operate like they're inaccurate. You can't sit back here and talk unity and still be in the mindset of being separatist. Doesn't the scripture say, how can two walk together unless they be what?
Agreed.
Acura is the root of there being no agreements. There has to be one way that everybody has to choose to look at things in order for anything to function at its most optimal level.
Accurate represents that leisure that the Greek society provides.
Yes. They love it.
Comforts. The holidays, the celebrations,
Yeah.
the ways of worship, the ceremonies,
Yeah.
the dress code, the lascivious lifestyle.
Yep.
How come we can't have this?
Yeah.
This life is conservative
It's too
and religious
rigid.
and regimented.
Yes.
No. I reject that. Let's go with the Greek way. It's too alluring.
Yep. And that's the battle. That's why I don't want to heavily focus on the concept of it being Greek. That's too easy. The issue is one group wants it to be easier and the other group wants it to be harder. That's the battle. Isn't that the basis of most confrontations? Why does it have to be so hard? Why can't it be easy? Why can't it be more comfortable? Why can't the conditions be more suited for me to be comfortable in my own skin? Is that not where the arguments consist in a home? In a camp? Yes?
I said, are you unified to that?
Yeah.
Are you unified to that?
But not this. Because this is uncomfortable. And I like this. That's the point. That is what Acura represents. Is that opposing idea that it doesn't have to be this hard. Not realizing that in Acura, if everybody thought like the people in Acura, Jerusalem would no longer be Jerusalem. What would it be called? Antiochia.
Yep.
Remember Antiochia? People need to change the name at one period of time from Jerusalem to Antiochia. That's the other compromise. Are you willing to give up all the spiritual traditions and what made this place potent for a whole world of comfort?
A lot of people are.
A lot of people are. And this is the battle even in a camp structure or in a marriage to fight to keep
What works?
the traditions, the spiritual traditions intact. And this is what you're fighting for when you're sitting back here fighting at the seat of power or at the seat of decision making. That's the number one thing you have to think. And this is what Jonathan understands. How can two walk together unless and be agreed? That means this. If you're not going to be agreed, you're not going to agree to the spiritual well-being of where we're going, then I have to move you out the way. It wasn't like people in Accra were going to compromise and take a step back. They weren't. They weren't looking bigger picture. They were like, we got to, listen, I always go back to this movie with Jet Li. I think it was called One. What was it called again?
The one.
Yes, what was it called again? It was called One, right? And Jet Li was trying to sit back here. His whole life was vengeance until he realized this king killed my family. He did wrong. But if I kill this guy, China will be a bunch of just warring empires beefing forever. Huh? Hero is what it was called. And he said, I have to sit back here. I'm going to sacrifice my life so this one emperor can conquer all the regions so that finally there'll be peace once all the regions are completed and conquered. Because once that's done, China can finally be united. Versus it being a bunch of regions set tripping and weakening the nation. That's what people don't understand. Somebody has to step back and let the other push and lead so that everything can be sustained. But that takes humility, selflessness, and a foregoing of your life. Whether that's with men, because that's what men do every day in the camp. You have to make a decision. It's not about what you want. In order for all of us to be sustained, it has to be one decision, one flow, in one direction.
One way.
But for those same men that can't accept that in a camp body, they will preach that to the high heavens in their own home. Because they understand that in their home, The wife has to give up her opinion of how things are for the house to run right. Am I right or
So
wrong?
the house is not fractured.
Okay.
And they understand that there has to be one vision and one focus in order for the house to run. But you can't see that in the school, in the camp. There has to be one vision and one focus for a camp to operate.
Because men are one-way guys.
Well, people are one-way people. And that's the point. Because a mother will sit back here and fight with her husband and contend, but tell that child, your opinion doesn't matter because you're a child.
Yeah.
Isn't there hypocrisy there?
That's true. Can I argue with
There's hypocrisy on every level. I have the right to sit back here and push my way to my husband and destroy my home. But damn it, son, you better not look at me sideways because I'm a correction. Because you have to follow your parents. Because I'll put you in this world and I'll take you out.
Stay in the child.
Talking that stupid Huxtable talk. You know what I mean?
I love the hustle.
But it was corny. That was corny. Anyway, what was you gonna say?
No, I said, just stay in the child's place. You know, but that means keep your opinion to yourself.
But a sister has to be the same way with her
Stay out
husband,
grown
and a
folks'
brother
business.
has to be the same way in the church body. But nobody wants to realize that you gotta be submission. You got to submit to the same level that you're asking others to submit to.
Everybody has to submit.
How about that?
Nobody has to
But the problem is this. But because nobody wants to accept that scenario, this is why wars happen. And this is why Jonathan has to go to war with Accra. And the truth is, Jonathan has to go to war with Accra until Accra bends. Or Accra will end up being Jerusalem, and they'll be in Accra hitting the damn temple, hitting the damn castle. Because that was happening also.
They were reversed.
It was reversed at one time. So that's where the struggle is. And the victor really is based on whose will
Strong.
is strongest. This is why when you read about the Native Americans, I have a Native American book called 500 Nations.
Yeah.
The last time I checked, there's only 2 tribes in the United States. It was Gad and Reuben.
Yeah.
Why the hell there's a 500 nations? Where the hell that come from?
We're the Iroquois nation.
Then there's Seneca.
We're the Black
I am
Nation.
Seneca. I am Onondaga. And what the hell's going on?
We're
I'm
the Crow
Seminole.
Nation.
I'm Crow. I'm
Algonquin nation.
yes, I'm Sioux. I'm
Apache.
Creek. Like what's going on? I'm Apache. I'm Comanche. Like what the hell's going on? How did it become 500?
Yeah.
That represents pride and ego. And I don't want to just sit back here and submit to the benefit of the nation. And because it was 500 nations, you know what happened? They got killed one nation at a time. We're going to knock out these Cheyenne. Then we're going to knock out these Sioux. But these Sioux, let the Cheyenne die. Because I had beef with Cheyenne. So
I
let
don't
the
like-
Cheyenne
I
die.
don't like him.
I can talk like that because I am Gad. Or I am Reuben.
too.
So I can talk like that.
I'm part Gad.
No, you can't do that. You can't get away with that. You can't get away with that. You do that.
I am.
You can't get away with that. You can't be a 1/5 Gadite
My
and talk like Gad. That don't count out.
My grandmother.
That don't count out. That don't count out.
Yeah, Indian house.
That's hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
You can't talk that crazy talk out. Anyway, what am I trying to say? Is that's how it made it easier for Gad and Reuben to fall. Because there was no unity. If everybody in the region came against these cavalry members, United States cavalry, maybe they would have been a sustained law.
They could have won.
They had the number. That's my point.
They were greater warriors. They were greater men.
But they were fighting each other in the midst of their downfall.
And the collapse of Issachar was the same way. When the Spaniards came,
Yep.
they used all the tribes against each other, and a couple guys off a boat conquered the whole region.
Yep.
And they were outnumbered physically.
Everybody, every kingdom has an Accra. And I'm just saying that to let you know how to develop a household, how to build anything in life. It's about fighting to maintain one vision and one way. Because when you lose that ability, everything falls apart anyway. So in the midst of Demetrius II losing his kingdom, Jonathan is fighting to keep his. Because as much as Judas did a great job, and Jonathan has done a great job, historically, neither of them are credited to establishing the Hasmonean dynasty. You gotta know that.
What?
Neither of them are credited to having the Hasmonean dynasty established under their rulership. The Hasmonean dynasty is established under Simon, which is the brother of Jonathan and Judas. Because under Simon's reign is when the entire region folded under their tutelage and their leadership. Everybody else has been fighting to get, quote unquote, Pax Romana. Pax Romana is just Rome at their peak. You can't have peak Rome if you keep having antagonists around you. So life for Jonathan and Judas is just a bunch of wars until there's peace in the region. So this is what's happening with Jonathan going to war with Acra and he's about to besiege the tower of Acra. Read verse 20 again from the top.
Verse 19, 11, verse 20. At the same time, Jonathan gathered together them that were in Judea to take the tower that was in Jerusalem, and he made many engines of war against it.
So he's sitting back here and did everything he needed to do to surround it and eventually break it down and kill everybody inside the tower. Because that's the only way that the one way of life is going to be sustained in the kingdom. Right? Okay, let's continue.
21. Then certain ungodly persons who hated their own people.
Listen, they hated their people. Listen, the people in Acra hate their people because they'd rather... Why? Why did the ungodly people hate their people? There's many reasons. One, they didn't want to believe in the Most High. But what makes a person ungodly, even more ungodly? That they will sit back here and fight to push their way at the expense of the rest of the nation. That's how you hate your people. You'll sit back here, be right in the midst of everybody else, and just be contrary in perpetuity, not caring how much damage you do for the rest of the people.
Were they Uncle Toms?
Well, listen, I don't want to sit back here and just make it about being an Uncle Tom. You can sit back here and claim to be about your people and destroy your people because your opinion is constantly in opposition to the body.
Okay.
How can you sit back here? The more you push your contrary way, it just weakens everybody else. This is why even in governmental positions, when you have this person pushing their way and it's got this person pushing their way, all of a sudden, you got to get this guy out the way. Remember, Elon Musk was out here and Elon was hired to go do the Doge. He was supposed to head Doge and do this cost-cutting situation. And once he started doing it, it started off cool. He saved the government a couple bucks here and there. Then he realized, man, there's 120-year-old people getting paid still. Nobody's living at 120. How come there's millions of dollars going to 120-year-old people? This doesn't make sense. And then he starts talking about it to everybody. Then everybody's responding. And now guess what? Hey, man, you got to go. You got to go. You are no longer needed, Elon. Thank you for your time. And then Elon and Trump start talking back and forth for a little period of time. Then all of a sudden, Elon stops.
Well, Elon admitted, he said, if I keep talking about...
You're a dead man.
Well, what's going on? Exactly. He said, if I keep talking about what's going on in the government, he said, my life will be on
You're going to sleep with the fishes.
Yeah. He said, I'll be assassinated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It's crazy. It's that bad.
It's that bad.
But you know what?
He didn't tell everything.
It's that bad. And that's true. That's why I want to make sure it's not just about sellouts.
Well, I'm glad you said that.
For the sanctity of the nation, all you're doing is splitting the nation up. All you're doing is splitting up the vision of the nation. For the good of the nation, Elon don't have the power to sit back here and make changes like that. So back out. Most I got to sit back here and tear this thing down. He goes counterproductive to the direction where the Most High has him going. Most High is going to break him. Not one man can do it. So it's still, what's the point? Get out of the way and let the Most High do it. For those of us who think things are so messed up, how many wives think their situation is messed up? And they want to beat and complain and complain and complain. The Most High has to correct it.
What do you mean correct?
He has to sit back here and teach whoever's got to learn the lesson. He got to teach him. We think we can sit back here and fix something from within, but in reality, how about your life has to be a living sacrifice so that the lesson can be taught, whether it's from the husband or the camp head or the boss. It doesn't matter what situation you are. Do you have the humility to sit back here and just live under the circumstances that might not be favorable to you?
So you mean the humility to suffer?
Yes. How about if you were a guy or a gal living under the reign of Manasseh? Can you pick the leader and king that you have to be submissive to? It's awesome to be living under the time of Hezekiah. Everybody's smiling. That's easy. Or Josiah. That's easy. What if you're sitting back here living under Ahab's reign? Yeah. You still got to serve the Most High. And you know what? If he's making bad policies, you still got to stay in order. And let the Most High teach him what he got to learn. How about your life doesn't matter as much as you make it out to be? How about that one? How come you're not as important as you think you are? How about that one? How about you have to wait and stay in order and wait your turn until the Most High changes things how he's got to change things?
And fights for you.
And fights for you. Because when you get out of pocket, you're more damaging than anything. Let's continue. I know that don't feel good, but it doesn't make it untrue. And sometimes sisters think it's just them. No. If your husband's in the work, he got to face it too. We all have to submit to that scenario, or have had submitted to that scenario. Because that's what obedience really looks like. People want to obey or think obedience is contingent upon them getting what they want. That's a deal. It's easy to sit back and be in order when you're getting what you want. That's easy. Can you be in order when you're not getting what you want? That's how you know you're a good servant. Anybody's going to do good when they're doing good, when they're getting good to them. If you have a good boss that's giving you paid vacations and is the coolest dude in the world, you can submit C-caliber work and you're getting attaboys. Hell, who don't want that?
That's true.
But then when somebody holds you accountable for your dog-ass work, now this boss is mean? Now I'm under bad conditions? Maybe you're a bad worker. And you got to get checked for bad work, bad service. How about that? Yes, sir.
It kills the whole notice of I'm only do good when you do good to me.
But that's how the Most High teaches all of us how to be good servants.
Or
you got to be a good servant if the working conditions aren't optimal, or they're optimal.
Or what about this? What about
Jews want to talk about labor unions? Get out of here with that, man. We don't have labor union money.
But
We don't got labor union resources.
what about working for no incentive? Because a lot of times people complain about that. They say
That means you're a good servant. That means you're a servant.
you're
You're a servant. Listen, didn't Luke? In Luke, he says we're unprofitable servants. Does being an unprofitable servant mean I have no value?
no.
That's the unprofitable servants means I serve without an expectation of getting nothing back. That's the unprofitable part. You're profitable to one person, and you might not be profitable. You might not get nothing back for your profitability to the person you're serving. And the Most High, through all of our life, is trying to teach us that. You want to profit for doing good. That's why a lot of people come and serve the Most High. Because they think if they're obedient and they stay on point, they're going to get what they really want back. That is the sickness. That's a sickness too. I want to do this God thing, because if I do this God thing, then God's got to give me back what I put in, right? Yeah. Wrong. You know what you're going to get back for what you put in? Spiritual lessons. Fruits of the Spirit. Patience. Humility. Obedience.
But also comes
Long suffering.
in the clutch.
And protection.
In the clutch.
But people don't like protection. I'm protected and I have peace. That ain't fun.
That's fun when you need it.
Listen, peace is what he promises us. Listen, have you I wanted to go over this class. Listen, Deuteronomy 28, verse 1 through 15. What does he promise? Your children are going to be okay. No, let's be specific. Your children are going to be okay. You're not going to be in these crazy wars. You're not going to get killed dead. And you'll have enough to eat. That's what he said. Did he not say that? Did he sit back here and go, be riding on candy? He didn't say that. He didn't say riding on candy and comfortable as heck.
But that was the agreement, huh?
No, but that's what people want. They want that extra. Listen, they want to sit back here concrete crumbling out and glass shooting lasers. That's what people want for serving God, huh?
How much of my life?
That's what people want for serving God. That's what we want.
That's a
for
servant.
obedience.
Look at this for the servant. That's a servant.
That's the Lord's servant. What's that now? What's that now?
Maybe I need to serve the Lord too.
Them having things. It's a rap song. We want rap song rewards, huh? For serving the Most High. Having things. That's what Israel wants, huh? Having things, yeah. That's what Israel wants, huh? Just being honest. But when we don't get what we want, all of a sudden we have to rethink this God thing. We have to rethink this being an order thing. Then we're upset.
Or the camp gets blamed.
Or the husband gets blamed. Or the brother gets blamed. Or the boss gets blamed. Really, it's you. You wanted something out of this. Versus wanting to be a good servant so that your works be recognized in the eyes of the Most High. Yes, sir.
I think it would be fair to say the reward should be the opportunity to serve.
Yes. And what your treasure should be in things that don't rust and corrupt. What does it rust and corrupt? Your works that will get you to the kingdom. That's what matters. The sacrifice and the choices you make to get to the kingdom versus the treats we want.
Yep.
We want treats and trinkets to let us know we're doing great jobs. We want attaboys. We want confirmations. And we want all these confirmations. And the funny thing, the confirmations are almost like the drugs we're looking for.
Yeah.
If you don't do drugs in the world, the drug is, you did great. You did great. Thank you. Let's do these extra things because you did what you were supposed to do. Right or wrong. We want all this extra for just being obedient, and that's what you're supposed to be. Why do we want extra rewards for doing what you were called to do? Anyway, the answer is because we're selfish. And we always want something out the deal. And if we want to sit back here and get as closely connected to the Most High as possible, we have to learn through our life how to do the right thing at a maximum level without any expectation of something back. That is the goal. And when you sit back here and can learn how to give your maximum effort without an expectation of something coming to you, then you start to get things. But a watch pot never what? So if you keep looking and working to get something, you'll never get it. Remember when it said Adam was given a rib when he was what?
Went to sleep.
Was it really a damn surgery where the Most High said, "Let me take this rib out of your stomach"? Well, was it really that? And he had like biblical sleeping pills to put him to sleep on. And is that what? Huh? And was it biblical anesthesia? He was knocked out during surgery. Or was he doing his work for the Most High and was unaware that the Most High had something set up for him? What makes more sense? His priority is on pleasing the Most High and running this world. And oh, by the way, I'm sitting back here and setting up this Sister Eve for you. Oh, cool. But he want to make it, oh, I'm looking at the stars and I just wish that I had this rib that comes to me in my life. You think that's how Adam got a rib?
Or he fabricated it and created his own situation where he got a rib.
Now I'm gonna go in these nations and just pull something out.
Yeah, I'm gonna get me a rib.
Yeah, by any means, I'm gonna go to the Club Eden. And I'm gonna find something.
The Babylon Club.
Yeah, the Babylon group.
Yeah.
Listen, it ain't that, and it's very important because his priority is on the Lord's business, and then something came to him. That's how you get blessed. When your focus is on, for sisters, pleasing your husband, and then whenever it comes, it comes. Stop looking for something in response to something. That is how we have to transition from the world's way of thinking to a spiritual way of thinking. In the world, on a low level, we think we have to take what we want, or if I do these perfectly good works, I'll receive something. I never forget when I was in like second grade. I don't remember a lot of things in my youth, but I remember this when I was in my second grade class. Before the teacher would sit back here and she would let us out of class, but you had to show the teacher that you were ready to get picked to go out first. So she would sit back here and pick out the students that looked the most obedient and in order to go out of class first. I would sit back here. I learned to master it. I sat back here like this, and I would sit back and position my body to where she could see me, and I was the most on-point, astute dude. And all of a sudden, you can go. Like, yeah, I got it. And the thought was, if I did this the best, I can get out early and go play earlier. But what did that teach you? If I sat back here and learned how to make this teacher like me, I got benefits. And you start thinking that through life. Let me sit back here, listen, for those of us who are in school, you got to be really cool and establish a rapport with your teacher early. Because if you do that, you're a maestro. I'm being silly. If you're cool with the maestro, then you'll sit back here and maybe he'll give you a redo on a test you mess up. Or you'll sit back here and might hook you up every once in a while. And you learn how to sit back here and work those relationships to get what you want. That's not how the Most High lets you do things. You can't play those games with the Father. You can't sit back here and play these games with the intention of wanting something back. He's like, no, good, okay, cool. If it was the Most High, he'd let me sit back here and be the last guy. But I did what you wanted. It doesn't matter. I thought you wanted to do this. And if you want to sit back here and be the guy that's the most on point, then be the last guy. And I'll let you get out and be the last person. Then I bet you this, if that teacher did to me, I bet you the next day I wouldn't do it. I bet you the next day I'd be like this. What's the benefit of me sitting back here? I'm like this. I'm gonna be the last guy anyway. You see that? It shows my intention was whack. My intention was for me to get something out the deal versus doing right for the right reasons. But that's us. We do good for the wrong reasons. And then we're just flabbergasted and just don't understand why the Most High doesn't bless us. The Most High knows the intent of the what. So he's going at the intent. You're supposed to be obedient because you love obedience. Not because you want recognition and validation. That's not what this is about. Never was. Anyway.
You know, people forget that Abraham, when the Most High said, follow me, he said, what would you have of me? He said, I would like a son, an heir. He said, the one born in my house should not be my heir.
Yep.
He said, I'll give you a son, but people forget that Abraham, the Most High made Abraham wait 25 years for Isaac.
God, it's a long time.
He didn't tell him either. He didn't say, hey man, what you got to put in 25 first. Then you get you a son.
Listen, there's a reason that Sarah said, most times made me laugh.
Yeah.
Why was it so funny? Because this wasn't supposed to happen. It was laughable because obviously Abraham and Sarah, I guess this might not happen. I don't see this going to happen. And I've had to do good works for a very long time And it didn't turn out the way I expected it. And I got to be okay with that. I'm sorry, I just want to say that.
It's true. But who would have thought that when a man is about 100 years old that the Most High gonna come through?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Because think about this. This whole life, he was just escaping dangerous situations.
Yeah.
And then giving his woman up twice to possibly be ran through by kings. Remember that?
Yeah.
Because he was scared. How many ribs would sit back here and still call Abraham Lord after they sent her to these Egyptian boys and these Canaanite boys? Listen, she's my sister. I ain't going. She's my sister. She ain't my wife. She's my sister. And they take her and get her all ready to go. And the guy got to sit back here and say, listen, ain't no good gonna happen to you if you sit back here and take her. Then all of a sudden, you're gonna be a dead man. Then all of a sudden, I give her back. But it takes the Most High to come through for Sarah. How would a woman nowadays look at their husband if they didn't sit back and vouch for it? You're weak. You don't love me. You don't care about me.
You throw me away.
You throw me away like I'm trash.
Throw me away.
I might as well go to him anyway. You don't love me. You ain't a man.
You don't make me feel special.
Back in those days, you telling me that wasn't what they were thinking? Come on. Huh? You don't have no honor? If you honor the Most High, you don't honor me. Yeah, listen, he got money. Listen, at least he'll protect me. At least he'll fight for me. You won't fight for me. You telling me those are words that wouldn't be said in the Abraham household at night when she came back? When she came back, what's he gonna ask? Did he touch you? You know you gonna ask me. Abraham gonna ask that question.
It's gonna come up.
Why do you care if he touched me?
Yeah,
you gave me to him.
Yeah, that look on your face like I had to.
Babe, what was I supposed to do, babe?
the little emoji.
Yeah, I don't know what you're gonna do.
I don't know.
Listen, twice.
Oh, you
and that's what life has been about.
Oh, you tap your chest. My bad.
But then you do it. You say my bad, then you do it again.
Yeah, my bad.
And then your whole marriage is a bunch of series of letdowns. Don't you think those are letdowns?
It never happen again, babe. I promise.
And then it happens like 5 months later.
I'll never let that happen again. Never again.
They call me slipping.
Yeah, but I'll be ready this time. And then Abimelech comes to, it's my sister, This is my sister. Listen, I only went through these lands because Most High told me to. They say, well, I got to sit back and suffer because God told you to go up here to these crazy Canaanites? I'm just trying to show you how the carnal brain would think. And then all of these letdowns, because either they're lessons of faith or they're letdowns. Either you screwed me over and the Most High didn't come through for me, or the Most High taught me about cleaving to Him. Which one are you going to choose? Which mindset are you going to choose? But the Most High does this to all of us. Am I going to take a difficult situation and say this is another reason why I shouldn't trust this man? Well, I'm better off going back home and being protected by my daddy than deal with this. Or the Most High sees me by faith. And then you got to wait till you're 100 years old before you have a child. The life is almost based upon just a series of losses and unhappy events. And then think about when Isaac and Abraham come back from the mountain, and then Isaac says, yeah, man, my dad almost killed me. How come you didn't tell me?
Yeah.
How come you didn't tell me you was about to kill my baby? Who do you think you are? You don't think these things were happening, or at least the thoughts were popping up? So you can sit back here and look at Abraham's life with Sarah and say they were a powerful family that believed in the Most High. Or you can say, man, their house was riddled with drama and sadness and unhappiness. Can't you say the same thing about your home? And then if you can, what does that mean? That means you have to choose to extract that your life is about you cling to the Most High, or your life with your husband is a series of unfortunate events, like Lemony Snicket. Which one is it? You got a Lemony Snicket household. If you don't know, just type it up. Lemony Snicket. You either have a lemony snicket house or it's a God-fearing house, and the Lord's with you. Anyway, we'll never get through this class now. Cry, you gotta get out of here, man. It's 12 o'clock.
Wow.
We're at verse 20. So let's get started again.
Lahon Racha, Banashar.
No.
Shal Shabbatat,
Yeah.
Banashar, Banyashala.
Thou Makah, Shal Shabbatah, Banashar, Bayashar, Amazing. Yahweh Hashem Yashar.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar Batam.
All right, that's my time. Come on, man.
I got it, man.
There's no words coming from this guy out here, man. All right, verse 20 again, Tawa.
First Maccabees chapter 11 and verse 20. At the same time, Jonathan gathered together them that were in Judea to take the tower that was in Jerusalem. And he made many engines of war against it. Then certain ungodly persons who hated their own people.
You hate your people for your beliefs, and you hate your people because you'd rather fight the direction of Most High is tanking the nation versus sitting back here and letting the Most High work this thing out on his own. Creating that division is how you show hatred towards your people also. Read on.
Went unto the king and told him that Jonathan besieged the tower. Whereof, when he heard...
So listen, they sat back here. These pro-Greek faction in Jerusalem went to Demetrius II and said, listen, we're the only Greek-influenced place in this area, and Jonathan wants to take it over. We're the only ones pushing the Greek way. We're the only ones that wants to play ball with you and do business with you, and he wants to sit back here and destroy that. Read on.
Whereof, when he heard, he was angry, and immediately removing, he came to Ptolemais.
Ptolemais is in the cold Syria region. So why is Demetrius panicking as much as he's panicking? Why do you think he's panicking? We just talked about the fact that he lost. He lost Parthia. He lost Iran. He lost Mesopotamia, Iraq. He lost that region. He lost a major portion of his kingdom. And now you have a pro-Greek faction set of Israelites coming to him saying, man, hey, Jonathan's trying to take over this region. In his mind, I'm about to lose another region. I got to sit back here and bring my soldiers, the few ones that I have, and come and rectify this situation. Right? So read on. What verse are we at?
Verse 22.
Okay.
Whereof, when he heard, he was angry, and immediately removing, he came to Ptolemais, and wrote unto Jonathan that he should not lay siege to the tower, but come and speak with him at Ptolemais in great haste.
So he says you need to get your rear end down here to Ptolemais so we can figure out what's going on. I want to see you face to face. We're not going to play these damn games and you sit back here and take another one of my spots. This is Ptolemais. This is the region Ptolemais. If you see it, it's like west of Galilee, and Galilee is the northernmost part of the region where Israelites were still there. You'll see them. It's called Acca. The city is called Acca. That was the Tyrian Zidonian name. Ptolemais, it was the Greek name, because Esau always goes to countries and change the name. Like the name before didn't mean nothing. It was too culturally whatever it was, and they came here and changed it to Ptolemais. So you see Samaria. If you see the map, you'll see Syrophoenicia is right next to Syrophoenicia, and Ptolemais was a major port city. This is actually where Alexander Bala and Ptolemy and Philometor's daughter first married was in Ptolemais. And then now this is a major port city and a major hub. He says, meet me in Accra or Ptolemais and talk to me about what the hell's going on with you. Okay? So, let's continue.
It says, nevertheless, Jonathan, when he heard this, commanded to besiege it still.
So, listen. Jonathan's like, okay, I'm going to go meet this guy, but I'm going to still put this pressure on these Southerns. So, he gives instructions to certain of his military men to keep applying pressure on this tower in Israel. This tower, Accra, in Israel, while he goes and meets up with Demetrius II himself. Read on.
And he chose certain of the elders of Israel and the priests, and put himself in peril.
So he knew he had to stick his neck out on this one and meet this new king and establish some kind of a relationship with him. And like, I guess he used the same method he's used in the past. He brings his priests and he brings money. And that's all these people want. You bring them some money, you give them some gifts, they start smiling all of a sudden. Because it's always about the money. Okay, so let's continue.
And took silver and gold and raiment and diverse presents beside, and went to Ptolemais unto the king.
So you go to the king with presents and gifts and trinkets, and the white man's going to smile and take it. As long as you know how to speak and communicate, and this was one of Jonathan's strengths. He understood how to deal with ambassadoring situations. He was a good ambassador. He knew diplomacy. And this went very well with where the Most High had him in. You know, Judas was more of a blunt edged sword. He was just going to punch you in the mouth. The son had more diplomacy. Read on.
Where he found favor in his sight.
There you go. He won Demetrius like he won Alexander Bala, like he won Demetrius I, like he won the Ptolemies. He had that knack. Read on.
And though certain ungodly men of the people had made complaints against him, yet the king entreated him, as his predecessor had done before.
See, yet the king, despite these ungodly or these men that weren't locked into Jonathan, despite their complaints, he was able to win them. He was able to establish a rapport with them, and it worked. Read on.
And promoted him in the sight of all his friends, and confirmed him with the high priesthood, and in all the honors that he had before, and gave him preeminence among his chief friends.
So the Most High was still with him. The Most High still looked after Jonathan. And the way the Most High always backed us, and this is a very important part, the Most High always backed us and respected us because of certain consistent situations. You have to maintain yourself with respect. And we were only respected because of our spiritual/religious disposition. The only thing that gave us respect in the world was our religious disposition. Why is this important? This is important because when we're sitting back here and operating in the world, there's always this strong feeling that you have to fit in with people in the world by doing and operating and thinking like they think. But throughout history, that was never the solution. The solution was always having the ability to stand on your spiritual principle and be strong in that position and not be so quick to just try to fit in and be carnal like the world is carnal. Can you close the door, sir?
Oh, yeah, it's coming.
Got it. So, that was always the mindset the Most High was trying to teach us. And these are things are written aforetime, are written for our learning. We still have to be able to show the people around the world that light that's in us. We have to keep being that light. That's what separates us, and that's what honors us in this world even now. That's an important concept. So as Jonathan presented himself to Demetrius, he brought his high priest. He brought everything he stood for spiritually. And that was his protection on top of the money.
Yeah.
You have to sit back here and grease these guys' palms.
That's a requirement.
So that's a requirement, and you have to show great spiritual fortitude. Both of those concepts, the Most High defends you in those arenas. Does that make sense? Okay, continue, sir.
Verse 28. Then Jonathan desired the king that he would make Judea free from the tribute, He also, as also the three governments, with the country of Samaria, and he promised him 300 talents.
So what he's saying is now that he won him, he had enough, he built enough rapport and trust with Demetrius II to now negotiate on his nation's behalf. He's like, I'm going to give you these 300 talents, but I'm asking and petitioning that you can sit back here and eliminate our taxes. Because obviously taxes is what cripples these, what's the word?
Enterprises?
No. The countries that are serving the big country.
Vassals?
Yes. Taxes cripple your vassals. And the crazy thing is, whatever Jonathan brought to the table, it was miraculous that Demetrius was even willing to take this deal. Because as we talked about earlier, he was already losing money in the empire. He lost money in the empire, but the Most High still put a spirit on Demetrius to not further tax the Jew and give Israel these tax breaks that we desperately needed. Okay, let's continue.
Verse 29. So the king consented and wrote letters unto Jonathan of all these things after this manner.
Okay.
King Demetrius, unto his brother Jonathan, and unto the nation of the Jews, sendeth greeting. We send you here a copy of the letter which we did write unto our cousin Lasthenius concerning you, that ye might see it. King Demetrius unto his father Lasthenius sendeth greeting. We are determined to do good to the people of the Jews, who are our friends, and keep covenants with us, because of their goodwill toward us. Wherefore we have ratified unto them the borders of Judea, with the three governments of Apharimah, and Lydda, and Ramathaim, that are added unto Judea from the country of Samaria, and all things appertaining unto them, for all such as do sacrifice in Jerusalem, instead of the payments which the king received of them yearly aforetime out of the fruits of the earth of the trees.
So what he's saying is this. He said every year the Greeks were taking a third of the harvest time. That's monstrous. So what Jonathan was able to do was free the people up financially in return for what? Because there was Israelites in Samaria, Israelites in Galilee, and it was the region of Israel in, obviously, Jerusalem. The deal that was made is, we're going to sit back here and we're going to back you militarily. You can read that in a little bit. There was a military deal. So listen, take away our taxes, but we're going to fight for you. Because we're going to read this in a bit. We're going to read that he says, you can sit back here and continue to besiege Acre, but I need some men to help fight for me in Antioch. So this was part of the deal that Jonathan was brokering. What does this say about our position as vassals? You know how many Israelites say, man, listen, I am not going to sit back here and break my neck for Esau? They did. Did they not? We want to play this Esau. I ain't going to sit back here and do my job for Esau. How about you got to do your job for Esau if you're going to survive? Yeah. We want to play that pro-Jew, that super militant Jew, not realizing sometimes we're captives. We're vassals. And if we're captives and vassals, you have to sit back here and do what you have to do to survive and eat. And what did Jonathan say? I will sit back here. We got to put our men on the line so the nation can eat. Right or wrong? You can't have this pride and sit back and hold these crazy, obnoxious stances because we're Jews. No, he had to sit back here and play ball so that the nation could have a less economic strain and sustain themselves year to year.
And it worked out. Obviously, the play that he played worked out on behalf of everybody.
Yep. And that's the point.
But the Most High had to back it.
But the Most High backs it when you're obviously in the right spirit, one. I was just extracting the point that a lot of times we want to have this belligerent mindset towards
Or radical.
towards who you're serving.
Yep.
You have to serve the nations, and there's no getting around that.
That's the part that the loss of your own land. Huh?
God.
We lost our land.
So you
This
got to
is part
sit
of the
back
deal.
here and serve the person that's over.
The prophecy said that.
God.
You will serve your enemies.
But why are we sitting back here so belligerent to the person that's over us right now?
Even Yahushua said, render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's.
Exactly.
He said it too.
But you tell Israel now, we want to sit back here and serve the white man. And that's not
But listen,
true.
I don't like to do it either. How about that? How about I don't like to do it?
But just
You know
because
what?
there's a lot of things people don't like to do.
But our issue is always preference. We're really at war with preference.
You know?
And that throughout, man. This was great last week.
Yeah.
These are great, bro. This is amazing. But a lot of our problems is we have preference versus submission, and our preference is the reason why we don't want to submit. Because I have my preferences too.
We all do.
I do. And if you have your preferences, are you willing to put your preferences to the side for righteousness' sake? That's the real question. And that's when
Or for
we're
righteousness,
getting
but
judged.
what's righteousness sake mean?
The Lord's will.
Righteousness mean, listen, I had to sit back and obey to my conditions.
Oh, yeah.
And I got to submit to my conditions. And a lot of times we don't want to accept that you got to submit to your conditions while being in order with the Heavenly Father.
Yep.
Okay, but once again, Jonathan brokered this deal so that the nation can get a better deal on their taxes and not be so burdened.
But the nation didn't know it was going to work.
What is it? But the problem is this. This is why the leader has to sit back and fight for the nation and make the adjustments for the nation.
I'll bring that out because a lot of times we don't know if the Most High is going to defend us or not. Can I just find contentment in going against my preference and give the Most High the sacrifice and be willing to give him the sacrifice that he wants? I think all of us have that issue. Partially, can I give the Lord what's required from my masters, my condition, and what's needed, what people need from me? X my preference out. And then if the Most High so wills to give me a bump or benefit, that I get a benefit.
And also, you know why this is important also? Because this attacks the sentiment of the wicked of the people. Because why? The wicked of the people felt that you had to adjust to the Greek way in order to survive.
Yep.
The people felt that. You can't get the breaks and the deals unless you submit and
live like
go
that.
Greek. And what Jonathan was showing is you can stand on spiritual principle and the Most High still backs you. Because that is a major thing we face. A lot of us think we have to operate like these Edomites and think like them and have their mindset in order to get looked after.
Anywhere.
Jonathan proved you have to submit your will to the Most High, but do what's required of the powers that be. And a lot of us don't have the spiritual capacity to walk and chew gum at the same time. And I hate being like that. We're either super pro-black and forget the white man, or we're sitting back here looking like Carl tonight. That's how we are.
Trying to be Greek. Trying to be Greek.
It's not unusual.
Yeah.
We're either one or the other.
Yeah.
We're either all the way like Esau, or I'm black, y'all. I'm black, y'all, and I'm black and I'm black and I'm black, y'all. Remember Fear of Black? What was that movie? What was that movie with Chris Rock and CP3 or something like that? Anyway, it was something stupid. CV4, exactly. I'm black, y'all, and I'm black. You gotta be that guy, or you gotta be the Uncle Tom. Can you sit back here and have a strong belief in the Most High and pay Caesar what Caesar's? That's hard. Because we don't want to sit back here and be humble in both arenas. That means you got to serve twice. We barely want to serve once.
How about that?
How about that? You got to serve the Most High and serve the Edomites. How about that? But how about you got to accept being a servant? And the man don't want to do that, but he wants his rib to do that though.
You better serve.
You better serve the black man. Okay. Then serve the black man. But you better serve the white man and serve the Most High. How about that? Oh, that's too much. That's the atrocities, the unfairness of the white man. You see how they are? That's 400 wolves. 400 oppression, brother. Okay. What they got to do with the fact that you was wicked first? And your 4 generations down. How about before the 4 generations, you was a wicked guy then too?
You was the oppressor.
Before you got reincarnated, you was a bad guy then. So how about you got to serve twice? That's your curse. Serve the Most High with gladness and joyfulness of heart, and learn how to serve Esau with gladness and joyfulness of heart. Or God's going to call you a bad servant. That's what Romans talks about. That's what Paul talks about in Romans. Yep. Am I lying? All of us. We were able to please the Most High by being in order with the Most High and serve the people that we were supposed to serve. How did we get liberated during the time of Nehemiah? Nehemiah was the top guy that was the food taster in the kitchen. You think he started that way? He worked his way ground up in the kitchen, not serving, and made his life defending the Most High and the king of Persia. And because he learned how to serve, he was able to sit back here and take care of his people because he understood what service really looked like. We only want to serve the Most High and not be obedient and do the right thing for the person the Most High has over you in all arenas. We do. We're lazy and we're selfish, and we don't want to serve because we have an unduly high opinion of us, and we think we're more important than what we really are. And when we start getting the law, you get the Bible, all of a sudden nobody can tell you nothing no more. You still got to work overtime. How about that? You got to work when the man tells you to work. Anyway, bro. And if we learn this, half our anger will be left. We got to accept their conditions. Anyway, let's continue.
Verse 35. And as for other things that belong unto us, of the tithes and customs pertaining unto us, as also the salt pits. Listen,
I'm going to say this. Salt was a major commodity back then. They didn't have refrigerators. So Esau needed that damn salt. I don't know if you've seen them, but like
preserve meat.
That you preserve meat by putting the meat in these salt boxes and wrapping it all the way from submitting it completely in the meat. Yes, yeah, that's how you were able to keep your meat going. Salt was like damn near close to gold. And where were we? We had the salt pits. What was it? Wasn't Jerusalem? It was we had the Dead Sea. Is where a lot of our salt was. And that's where the salt was, and that's where the salt mines were. Okay, but keep going.
And the crown taxes, which are due unto us, we discharge them of them all for their relief.
So they even gave us breaks on the salt taxes that were being extracted from the region.
Which means what? You give them.
We were
less?
saving money. Yes, we were saving money.
Or less labor. Which one was it?
Less money. Less taxes. Less taxes. Less requirements for the people to lose their crops. Let's keep going.
Yeah. The sister said something real. She said, you gotta serve. So it's a song about you gotta serve somebody. The devil, the Lord. We gonna serve.
Good.
That's true.
Good.
We're all required to serve somebody. Yeah?
Good. And that's what people don't want.
People
don't like the idea. I got to serve everywhere for the rest of my life.
How about we want to serve ourselves, though?
I know.
And the more people require from us, the less we can serve ourselves. And that bothers us.
Yep. Well, let's continue.
Verse 36. And nothing hereof shall be revoked from this time forth forever. Now therefore see that
he says nothing hereof shall be revoked from this time forth forever. That's where the lie comes in. Because Esau will sit back here and send a letter and say, I promise to sit back here and cut these taxes until they decide the taxes are going to be reinstated. Or until that guy dies, which could be in a year.
Or it's just temporary hustle.
Or it could be in 6 months. Listen, it's every damn couple years there's a new king.
Yep.
That Jonathan got to sit back here and win and brown nose and schmoozle. Yep. And this thing keeps changing. So this is going to change very soon too. Because listen, because Demetrius going to have to run in people's spots to get his stacks up.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do it.
like Waka Flocka did.
Kick those.
I'm dead serious. It's the same thing. But let's continue.
Now therefore see that thou make a copy of these things, and let it be delivered unto Jonathan, and set upon the holy mount in a conspicuous place.
Okay, so what we're gonna do now is go to Josephus now, and go to back to book 13, chapter 4, paragraph 9, and we're gonna go continue from where we left off. Let's do shoot. Nagaha. Help us out with that one.
Oh, 124. Upon which Jonathan line 120.
Just trying to adjust this verse. It would be.
920 is the start of it.
What does 920 say?
No, 24 is when he brought silver and gold.
This dude, but Jonathan the high priest, levied an army out of all Judea.
That's 121.
Okay, let's do that.
But Jonathan, the high priest.
No. I want Naga how to do it.
Oh,
We're gonna switch up.
Thank you. Oh.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai Wan, Ban Yashala.
Naga, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai, Ban Yashala. I'm at you. What? Yahweh Shem Shabbatah.
Yahweh Shem Shabbatah.
All right.
Brakatah.
Oh,
My
goodness.
fan.
It's the fan. I'm getting killed here. What read it?
Okay. Josephus, book 13, chapter 5, paragraph 9, line 121. But Jonathan, the high priest, levied an army out of all Judea and attacked the citadel at Jerusalem and besieged it. It was held by a garrison of Macedonians and by some of those men who had deserted the customs of their forefathers.
Just like we read in 1 Maccabees chapter 11, he said these men. What it didn't say in Josephus, that it said in Apocrypha, is that these men hated their people. So read that part again one more time.
Okay. Line 121. But Jonathan the high priest levied an army out of all Judea and attacked the citadel at Jerusalem and besieged it. It was held by a garrison of Macedonians and by some of those men who had deserted the customs of their forefathers.
Right. So in the Apocrypha it said that they hated their own people. But now in the Josephus it shows you why they hated their own people. So he showed you that they did what? They deserted the what?
The customs of their forefathers.
So when you don't stick to the customs of your forefather and you don't want to keep tradition and you rather adopt a new way of living and a new lifestyle, that means you hate the lifestyle that you already have. That means you forget where you come from. That means you forget your origin. That means you forget your belief systems. You forget your laws, your statutes. You forget what makes you special. So it shows you that why they hated their people is because they wouldn't keep the traditions that was laid down by their forefathers and their religion. So every time I want to open my mind up and open myself up to a new way of believing that my parents didn't necessarily give us, and that wasn't my culture, but I'm gonna adopt another people's culture. I'm gonna adopt an Asian culture, or I'm gonna adopt this Zoroastrianism culture. And you got our people adopting different cultures that's not ours. It shows you that you really hate your culture then. Why would you even adopt a culture that don't belong to you?
Yeah.
And you're wearing their dress code. Now you're serving their gods. Now you're worshiping their traditions and their holidays and their ceremonies. That means you really don't love the culture that the Most High gave you. That's a heavy indicator. Read on.
Line 122. These men at first despised the attention of Jonathan for taking the place.
But it shows you what it was. It was about what? It also, it was, they despised their culture. They wanted to adopt a new way of living. And they also hated Jonathan for what?
The attention of Jonathan for taking the place.
So what did Jonathan take from them? Attention. It was about their posterity, their position, their importance. They felt like they should be in charge. And when they got removed from being in charge, they just didn't have the humility to say, okay, Jonathan should be leading us in Jerusalem. They just didn't have that humility. No different than Dathan and Korah telling Moses and Aaron, what qualifies y'all to be the leader of the children of Israel during the wilderness? You know, we're older and we got more money. We're more qualified to lead the children.
Yep.
So you always got people that feel like they're more qualified to be in a position that they're in when the Most High obviously is working through somebody else. And that's a major attack at somebody's pride. Somebody's pride gets involved at that point. Read.
These men at first despised the attention of Jonathan for taking the place, as depending on its strength. But some of those wicked men went out by night and came to Demetrius and informed him that the citadel was besieged.
So now this is when Demetrius II gets word that Jonathan is attacking Acre because their position is being threatened.
Yep.
And also their money is being threatened. And they want to adopt a new way of living.
Yep.
They hate they hate their own culture.
Yes, they do.
And that's a shame. Well, go ahead.
And came to Demetrius and informed him that the citadel was besieged, who was irritated with what he heard, and took his army and came from Antioch against Jonathan. And when he was at Antioch, he wrote to him and commanded him to come to him quickly to Ptolemy.
He was not joking.
Yeah.
Upon which,
Ptolemaious. Yeah. Yep. But keep going.
upon which Jonathan did not intermit the siege of the citadel, but took with him the elders of the people and priests, and carried with him gold and silver.
So where was the young soldiers at?
None.
Yeah, he didn't bring the soldiers with him.
He had to have faith.
You know, he only brought the elders and the priests.
Yep.
That means all the young soldiers was fighting. He left them behind.
Yep.
But also it showed Demetrius, I'm no threat. There's no threat here.
Yep.
I don't have guards. I don't have swords. I don't have weapons. I don't have shields. I don't have soldiers.
Yep.
So obviously he's showing also I'm coming in what? I'm coming in peace.
Yep.
Vulnerable.
And I have to show that I have enough faith in the Most High that He'll look after me. One.
Yep.
And then two, I have to show that what I'm really about. Where my position is, so this person can actually learn to trust me. Okay, but keep going.
Yep.
But took with him the elders of the people and priests, and carried with him gold and silver, and garments, and a great number of presents of friendship, and came to Demetrius, and presented him with them.
When this almost reminds me of when you remember when Jacob had to pass through Esau's land.
Oh, yeah.
And he knew he hadn't seen him in a while since the overthrow, since the deception,
Yeah.
since the
hustle. This is a hustle play.
Yeah. So what did he do in order to pacify Esau?
He sent gifts and space.
He sent a train. He sent a train of gifts with different men at different times, overshadowing and overflowing Esau with gifts. And then finally he came last. And then by that time, Esau
He softened him up.
He was already like, you know what? Man, go ahead, man.
I'm having things.
Yeah,
now,
let the people go through, man.
Mm-hmm.
But think about the strategy that you have when you're trying to make peace and you're trying to show you're not a threat. Think about the strategy that you have to come up with in order to pacify somebody's wrath. That means, you know what that means to pacify somebody's wrath? A salakia is not good enough. Hey, my bad is not good enough. I know what you're thinking. It's not what you think. This is not what it looks like. I'm not trying to be a threat to your land. That's not good enough. That means you got to, like the Most High said in Baruch, And as much as it was in your mind to go straight from the Most High, he said, seek him in return how much?
10 times more.
10 times more. How do you recover an offense? Or an idea that somebody's offensive? You have to overdo and overgive in a situation to pacify people's wrath. Because sometimes I'm sorry, my bad, or this must be a misunderstanding. You must be mistaken. This is a misunderstanding. That's not good enough. So he's using wisdom, obviously.
Well, I'm going to say this. He's using wisdom. And then it also shows how much discipline he has in his kingdom. Because he did the same thing for Alexander Bala. He did the same thing for Demetrius the First. What am I trying to say? He's having this. Oh, listen, whatever monies he's collecting, whatever riches he's earning, is he using it for himself?
No.
He obviously has monies and riches in store because he knows dang well I got to have this money set aside for these white men that come in here that come and take position of power. I mean, he's still fighting. He's not rich. His nation is not rich. They're still serving all these kings. So whatever he's getting, he's just throwing it out to these guys. Remember he gave all this money to Alexander Bala at that wedding?
Oh, yeah.
With Ptolemy Philometor? He keeps doing it. So whatever he's getting, he ain't spending it, I tell you that much. Whatever resources he's gaining, it ain't going to him. He's smart and intelligent enough to strategically not push it on himself. And he's stacking and saving it so he can keep bribing these Edomites and keep winning them. Because you better have a slush fund for these new kings that come in.
Yeah.
And they're coming in every 5 years. And they keep dishing out this bread.
And that Seleucid Ptolemaic war is still going on for years.
Yes.
It's been going on for a long time.
And you got to keep sitting back here and having enough money and riches and presents stacked to keep giving out to these people. And that ain't easy either. That means you really can't stack up for you at all.
No.
Whatever you got, it's got to go to the cause. Anyway, I just want to bring that up. There was this, he's managing the empire very well. But keep going.
And a great number of presents of friendship, and came to Demetrius and presented him with them, and thereby pacified the king's anger. So he was honored by him, and received from him the confirmation of his high priesthood, as he had possessed it by the grant of the kings his predecessors.
And when you can do this, I want to read Proverbs 16 and 14.
Proverbs chapter 16 and verse 14. The wrath of a king is as messenger of death.
So when he got that letter to meet him at Ptolemais, what kind of letter was that? That wasn't a nice letter.
Yeah.
That wasn't like, hey, I just want to talk to you. I want to have a conversation.
No.
Can we talk at Ptolemais?
Nope.
Can you come and
There wasn't no Tevin Campbell song.
can we talk?
No.
For a minute.
No, that was a death threat.
Yeah.
That letter to Jonathan was his life was about to be cut short because he heard you stealing my money. You messing with my money. You messing with my kingdom. Read.
The wrath of a king is as messengers of death.
Go ahead.
A wise man.
It said, but a what?
A wise man
Showing you the wisdom that Jonathan possessed. He said, but a wise man will do what?
will pacify it.
And how did Jonathan pacify it? He pacified it with gifts, with knowing the temperament and the mind frame of the people that he was dealing with.
Yeah.
He was business savvy, is what we call it today.
Yes.
He was business savvy. I know what these people want. I know what they respect, and I know what they care about. So I'm gonna just give them what they want, and I'm gonna come in peace with a smile, and we're gonna shake hands and I'm gonna get out their presence quick as possible.
Yep.
But he's showing you the wisdom of Jonathan.
Yep.
Let that go back, Nagaha.
That's good. Let's get you point that out because Israel has to have understanding of how to deal with business, deal with people in a business format.
Right.
Yep.
But
You know,
please the Most High, not selling out.
You could be an Israelite, but still know how to articulate in business.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Because I don't talk to the man like that, man. Me and the man don't get along.
Yeah.
Man, you still got to know how to talk to these people.
Yes.
my
You got to know how to talk to your bosses.
Yep.
That's what I've been trying to say.
Yeah, you got to know how to talk to the people, your managers. You got to know how to deal with them. Give them what they ask for. If you don't, you mess yourself up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Jonathan could have held on to the man. We Israelites, man. We don't do this. We don't make no deals. No deals with the devil.
No compromise.
No.
That the Bible speaks of.
You're the devil.
You the
I'm
devil.
gonna serve you because Christ put me in this position.
You can hold on to that.
I'm in slavery. Slavery, I tell you,
And
slavery.
they're at the job like,
Yeah.
We got to cut this guy's hours.
Yeah.
We have to cut this guy's hours ASAP. Now we got to start getting some paperwork trail on it.
Yeah.
Now we do the paperwork trail on you, and we start writing you up on little things, and you look up, you're not in the schedule no more.
Yeah.
Why ain't in the schedule? Well, really, because you called me. You called me the white man's the devil. That's why.
devil, bro.
That's what you're making me feel. You're making me feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
If you're making me feel uncomfortable, you think you'll keep your job? Listen. Come on. Don't you realize you got to make the man feel comfortable?
When you walk in, everybody get quiet.
That's not good. It isn't, bro.
Extreme Jew on the job.
Can't be that. You can't be that guy. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Anyway, keep going. I'm sorry.
Line 125. And when the Jewish deserters accused him, Demetrius was so far from giving credit to them that when he petitioned him that he would demand no more than 300 talents for the tribute of all Judea.
So what does that mean then? That means that he won him over. That means that Jonathan won over the man that had power to do him in. He won him over. That means it took a skill. His skill was his ability to stand in front of these people and deliver what they want to see and understand without compromising his beliefs and his tradition. He didn't compromise anything. He didn't forsake anything. He didn't sell out in no kind of manner, but still was able to win over these Edomites and still got a tax break.
So can I ask a question?
Got a tax break.
Can it be called, I know how to be amiable, I know how to be sociable? Amiable meaning likable.
Yeah.
Like, I am responsible for being likable.
Come.
Without conforming to the Greeks.
Come. Well, without wearing togas and partying and being a weirdo.
Because our idea of being likable is just completely conceding to the Greek way.
That's what I was saying earlier. Israel's either Carlton or they're the blackest black man on earth. We don't have any balance.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's the truth. And what happens in life, this is why the Most High, this is why there's limits to our growth. Because we have no balance. We have no adaptability. Nor are we willing to learn and follow somebody to learn these things. It's the truth.
Oh, you can say, I don't shuck and jive for nobody.
All right. Then you'll be at the house, not shucking a jive for anybody. Saying what Robin Harris said, man, this job situation is horrible out here in these streets.
Yeah.
I love that dude.
With the news, this job situation is horrible.
Yeah.
There ain't no jobs out here for the black man. You ever heard that? There ain't no jobs here for the black man? Yeah, there is. Just go out and sit back here and eat some crow and get you a job. I heard that. Oh, there ain't no jobs for the black man in California. For real?
Or you can't go to the job with that.
Oh, is it called to go to jobs? Oh, why? What does that mean? They'll sit back here and take a hit just to get money in their pocket. I ain't working for nothing less than $15. You hear me?
Then
Then sit your ass in the house. You see that point? That's Israel. How about sometimes you got to take a lower paying gig to get you where you got to get to? How about you got to take a step back? Take a step forward.
I don't want to hear that.
How about you got to take 2 steps forward to take 2 steps back to take 4 steps forward? I can get a little Judite hustle talk. You got to take a little regression for progress. You got to start rhyming and stuff. That's how you start rhyming.
Comeback.
Huh?
A little setback for a comeback.
For a major comeback.
Yeah, major comeback.
All right, let's talk that jive then. Let's talk jive, right? But you know what that takes? That takes humility. So Judah, or our people, want to sit back and wait for the perfect situation, but don't have the necessary components to even keep the perfect situation. Because the lower paying jobs is what teach you the discretion and the skills to navigate the bigger paying job.
Wow.
How about that?
Yep.
How about the humility you learn from the bottom helps you handle being at the top? There's lessons even in Esau's kingdom. How about when your child is in school We can sit back here and talk about the wickedness of Esau all damn day long. But how about your kid needs to sit back here and learn how to socialize with others? Or they're going to be little monsters on earth. Yo, I have no respect for nobody. The wicked Edomites, everybody's wicked. You can't be that way in the earth. How about that? How about you have to have some common sense, man, to talk to people and talk to human beings on earth, and not be so afraid. Oh, they're gonna sit back and teach my kid how to be a sodomite. Well, then you teach him not to be. But you can't let that fear of that situation keep him from learning people skills and learn how to follow and do some basic mathematics.
And we're not saying allow that culture and those little books they got in your house. Of
course not. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying these weird books and listen. That's why you sit back here and you screen your child's education and their work. You know what a lot of people wouldn't do, or people in general? This is what they do. Go to school. What's your teacher learn you? You just let them sit back here and let them just be completely ran by the system. How about you supposed to go through all their work, all the work they did in class, and all their homework and walk them through it? Then they're going to say, well, if that's the case, I might as well just teach them. Well, idiot. You want somebody to just go to them, let them learn. Is that what it's supposed to be? That ain't what it's supposed to be.
Mr. Charles' wife, come teach you something.
It's not that. See, you see how we operate in extremes?
Yeah.
I'm just going to throw them to Esau and whatever they indoctrinate what they do. It's not that. Neither is it keeping your children in a box where they can never sit back and live. It's not that either.
And that last night's class was about just functioning in moderation and not functioning in extremes.
But moderation makes you work. Moderation makes you come out of your head, out of your life. It makes you change. It makes you do double work when you're learning how to be moderate. I can't just be in my head. I can't just be selfish and cling to my strengths.
Yeah.
You just can't be like telling your kids. They ask you, you do Christmas. Tell them you don't believe in Santa Claus. You don't do Christmas. Okay. Then your teacher asks you, well, what do you believe in? I don't know. We just don't do Christmas.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You got to still teach them. There's still work involved.
But the truth is, you still have to sit back here and walk them through why.
Yeah.
And then walk them through the ups and downs of friends and relationships. They have to learn. Because if you keep them in a box, when they do get out in the world, they'll have no life skills.
They'll be victims.
Then people will they'll get taken advantage of and used.
Yep.
You can't be that way either. Does that make sense?
So are you saying that we have to be engaged, which means less for us?
That's the point. Whatever the lesson is, you have to sit back and come out of yourself. If I like to just sit back and work and just don't be around nobody, most likely let you do that. You can't just be in your head. You can't just be into your little world. He doesn't let you do that. Anyway, we're getting too far off. Where are we at, sir?
Line 125. And when the Jewish deserters accused him, Demetrius was so far from giving credit to them that when he petitioned him that he would demand no more than 300 talents for the tribute of all Judea, and the 3 toparchies of Samaria, and Perea, and Galilee.
Because those regions had a lot of Jews in it. Read on.
He compiled with the proposal and gave him a letter confirming those grants, the contents of which were as follows. King Demetrius to Jonathan his brother, and to the nation of the Jews, sendeth greeting. We have sent you a copy of that epistle which we have written to Lasthenes, our kinsman, that you may know its contents. King Demetrius to Lasthenes, our father, sendeth greeting. I have determined to return thanks and to show favor to the nation of the Jews.
Listen, who was Lasthenes? Was he really Demetrius' father? Demetrius' father was Demetrius the First. Who was Lasthenes? Lasthenes was his principal financial donor that was in Crete. Listen, even back in those days, you had financial backers. Because we're going to read about a different financial backer that backed Demetrius II's opponent. You had handlers even back in those days. The king was important because he laid claim to the throne, and the royal lineage established legitimacy. But with that legitimate claim, there was money that backed that legitimate king. We're going to read about Alexander Bala's son, who another financial backer, Tryphon, backed. This is the beginning of how things in special interest groups and AIPAC that operates now. AIPAC sits back here and backs all of these political people, senators, House representatives, congressmen, congresswomen, presidents. They're sitting back here and paying all of these government officials to do what?
Lobby.
They're lobbying to them to write bills in their favor. But before it was AIPAC, it's Lasthenes. It's Trifo. This has been going on since the beginning of time. You need money that backs the king. Money that backs the man. There's always a hidden hand behind the front man. Don't ever forget that. So when you read in chapters like Job chapter 20, in the 20s, there's like 3 or 4 chapters that talk about the wicked. And the wicked are always hidden. You don't see the wicked. The wicked are the ones who are pulling the strings for the face man. So even at this particular point, the king position was the face card. There was money backing all of these kings, really making the moves and pulling the strings. Lasthenes was the guy that was backing him when he was in exile in Crete. I think it was Crete or Cyprus, one of those 2 islands. He was backing him, and at the right time, how did Demetrius gather the funds for the army he had when he went to fight with Alexander? But by this guy Lasthenes. This guy was the money that financed the wars to get him in position. So he's always loyal to Lasthenes, and he calls him and refers him his father.
You know. They say there's a guy that took the Epstein files and did a he did a chart about who called Epstein the most, and who was the emails, who he emailed the most back and forth. And one of the people that he emailed the most, that had the most communication with out of all the Epstein emails, was one of the Rothschilds, one of the female Rothschilds. And so he was operating as a financier for one of the Rothschild family members. So showing you that these financier positions have always been there. Epstein wasn't the first one that was utilizing funds and sending money and funds to different political campaigns in different countries, different leaders.
But the important reason that you have that, whether it's the Rothschilds or the Rockefellers or whatever names that are really backing it, you have to have front people that you have them in their pocket.
Yep.
They're in your pocket. And they operate, all these people, what they don't even tell you is, they'll tell you that the Rothschilds don't even have the money that they used to. But what they don't tell you is that these guys start wising up and they started having children under different names. And then you just wake up and this guy, Zuckerberg, is figured out this algorithm and he runs Facebook. You really think this weirdo college kid just woke up and created this system out of nowhere and then the whole world is abiding by whether it's Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, all these things? No, that's not how it goes.
And it's really
these guys are plants, and these are governmental applications that it can't just be said the CIA put this together and we're doing this for y'all. You have to sit back here and have like it's damn Napster.
You have to
like some white kid woke up and just decided to do this, and it's a sensation.
I was in my garage.
He's a plant. And this is a governmental application, but you can't say it's a governmental application because the new thing now is all about data information and data collection. That's how you sit back here and spy on people without having to sit back here and spy on people.
They'll tell you everything. They'll post all their pictures. They'll post their location.
Yep.
They post all their friends.
But this is a governmental app that you have these Zuckerbergs and these guys that come out of nowhere. They didn't come out of nowhere. They were planted there. You know, you ever see on these World Star shows about Kevin Hart's industry plant? Everybody talks about Kevin Hart being an industry plant. He came out of nowhere and started blowing up. You get, yeah, I know he was a plant. I know he was a plant. And if he's a plant, what about these other guys?
Who else is a player?
You telling me Edomites don't do that? And don't have industry plants? And have last names that really aren't their last names? But they're really tied into elite groups and elite people that really run the show? That's what this is really about. But this isn't the first time this is happening. This has been happening from the beginning. There's financiers and the puppet masters from the background moving and shaking things how they're supposed to be.
That's like Anderson Cooper being a
A
Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt.
Yep.
But why is he called Cooper, not Vanderbilt?
Right.
Great question.
Because you don't have the heat on you when you're called a Cooper. That's the point. These families are still running things.
DuPonts.
They're all running things. They just are now hidden under these Black Rocks, Vanguards, these major corporations. So you can never find out the names still. You can't catch the names, and they're under different dummy corporations. And different people are running things that you think life's about this. You can just sit back here and just be a hard worker and earner. You're going to go to the tip top like that? That's not how it is. Whoever gets to that tip top is controlled from the beginning. Do you realize even like guys like Bill Clinton, this guy was handpicked many years ago. You know, he went to like Cambridge, and he went to Cambridge in England. Forget his education. This guy was backed when he was a kid. And if he was chosen from a child, he must have came from a bloodline that made him legitimate. But his last name is Clinton. So you don't know. You can't trace where he came from. What am I trying to say? People just don't get to the top just to get to the top. You're owned and you're backed and you're financed by somebody. Haven't you seen like the AIPAC guy that be behind Trump when he makes his speeches? Making sure he's saying the right speech and saying the right thing, and he's not out of pocket by his handlers. This woman named, I think, Julia Alderson backed him out of debt, put billions up for this guy.
$250 million.
Took millions out of her pocket, and now this guy sits back here and works for her. So it's happening now. It happened back then. This guy Demetrius would be nothing without Lastinus, his quote-unquote father, who's not his physical father, but is his financier. So Demetrius writes to this financier to let him know, I did a deal with these Jews, so they're going to get a tax cut. Read on.
Line 127. King Demetrius to Lasthenes our father, sendeth greeting. I have determined to return thanks and to show favor to the nation of the Jews, who have observed the rules of justice in our concerns. Accordingly, I remit to them 3 prefectures, Ephraimu, and Lydda, and Ramatha, which have been added to Judea out of Samaria, with their appurtenances, as also with the kings my predecessors received from those that offer sacrifices in Jerusalem, and what are due from the fruits of the earth and of the trees, and what else belongs to us, with the salt pits and the crowns that used to be presented to us. Nor shall they be compelled to pay any of those taxes from this time to all futurity. Take care, therefore, that a copy of this epistle be taken and given to Jonathan, and be set up in an eminent place of their holy temple. And these were the contents of this writing. And now, when Demetrius saw that there was peace everywhere, and that there was no danger.
Stop. We will go back to that part in a bit. Just hold that line. From there, let's go to verse 38. Because obviously Demetrius is relaxed. He's exhaled. There's no need to go to war with these Jews. Everything's going to be okay. Read verse 38.
First Maccabees chapter 11, verse 38. After this, when King Demetrius saw that the land was quiet before him, and that no resistance was made against him, he sent away all his forces, every one to his own place, except certain bands of strangers, whom he had gathered from the isles of the heathen. Wherefore all the forces of his fathers hated him.
So what is he saying? He's pissing off the force of his fathers, the same force of his fathers that question if he should even be the king again because of how bad his father operated. And he's doing similar things by firing all... Listen, He ran off the Ptolemaic army. Now he's running off the army in Antioch. Why is he doing that? Because there's no war. And he's trying to cut costs. He's trying to cut costs knowing that he just lost all of that land in Persia and in Babylon. So he's cutting costs. He already kicked out the Egyptian army guys, the Ptolemaic army guys. Now he's sitting back here and he can't keep paying the guys in his own country. And that's pissing everybody off. Okay?
Yeah, they do that now.
I know.
That military spending.
Yep.
They cut budget cutting, and there was a time when if you were in the Air Force or if you're in the Navy and you sat too long at a position or rank, like say if you were E4, E5, and you were in that position for more than 5 years and you didn't look like you were actually moving up, they just got rid of you.
Wow.
If you weren't testing up or moving up in rank, they cut you out because you're just.
They don't want to pay your 20-year pension, right?
Yeah, you're gonna get 20 years. You're gonna do 20 years, retire to E5. That means you were just taking government money.
Yep.
You were just cakewalking.
Yep.
You had no plans on actually becoming any better and offering yourself of any more service.
Yep.
So they did that a couple years ago, back in 2011. They kept cutting people off.
And that's what's happening now. Listen, they're doing massive layoffs. We got to understand, these military men need to eat all throughout the season. What are they going to do when they ain't fighting for their military? They can't pay their bills. So now, once again, he's making governmental moves to cut corners to save money, not realizing that those cost cuts are going to end up blowing up in his face and making his situation worse. Okay? What verse are we at, sir?
Verse 39.
Okay.
Moreover, there was one Tryphon that had been of Alexander's part of 4.
So this is Tryphon, who was with Alexander's group. Tryphon was the guy that was on the faction of Alexander Bala. And he was pro-Bala. Once again, there's always these leaders and these individuals who are financial backers of different leaders, different kings that are claiming legitimacy. So Tryphon is on the other side and is peeping on what's happening in Antioch. Okay? Read on.
Who, seeing that all the host murmured against Demetrius.
So now there's like Tryphon sees that everybody's fighting and everybody's angry about the move that Demetrius II did by cutting the military costs. Okay, what verse are we at?
That's 39, middle of 39.
Okay, continue.
Who, seeing that all the hosts murmured against Demetrius, went to Cilicia, the Arabian, that brought up Antiochus, the young son of Alexander.
So, he said, okay, Tryphon is like Demetrius II looks weak. His army is against him. Now is the time to strike. Then he went to this Arabian guy who was raising the young Antiochus VI. Antiochus VI is the son of Alexander Bala. Don't forget, before Alexander Bala died, he ran to the Arabians. And he sent, obviously, his son to the Arabians. Then he died in war against Ptolemy Philometor. But there was a handler that was handling his son, who was the regent, taking care of Antiochus VI until he came of age.
Wasn't it an Arabian that beheaded Alexander?
Also, but
yeah.
it might have been a rogue group that was in there that killed Alexander Bala. But there's another Arabian that was keeping him and taking care of the son until he got of age, and now he can claim legitimacy to the throne. But Tryphon is a money guy, is a guy that's fighting for a position in the region, and he sits back here and says, this is the time to say, I lay claim Alexander Bala's son should have the kingdom. So you see the political snares in between it, and there's always a money financier behind this move, and they're using the kings as pawns. The king don't really have the power he claims to have. The king's power is predicated on the riches and money that's backing him, because without the money, you can't pay for the who? The military.
Yep.
So what is Tryphon saying? This guy's money's light. If I back this guy out, Antiochus VI, I can back him, I can pay for the army, and he'll be in power, and I'll be in power through proxy. I'll be running Antioch, because I'm the money man.
Yeah, that's like Miriam Adelson is her name.
That was it. That's the point. She's running the country because whatever the hell she needs, Trump is going to push in her behalf. That's what it is. This is the game. It's not about the king. It's the money that's backing the king.
Yep.
So
That makes him the king.
yeah, because you can't do nothing without the finance to pay for the military. Let's continue.
Verse 40.
Or your campaign.
Or your campaign to get you there. We done?
Verse 40. And lay sore upon
Matter of
him.
fact, let's get to 40, then we're going to jump to the Josephus again.
Verse 40. And lay sore upon him to deliver him this young Antiochus.
So he's pressing this Arabian handler or the guy that's looking after the young lad. He's pressing him to say, man, let him go. I got him. We're going to go take Antioch. This guy's weak now. Read on.
That he might reign in his father's stead. He told him, therefore, all that Demetrius had done, and how his men of war were at enmity with him.
So he's like, listen, his soldiers aren't getting paid. They will happily sit back here and take this guy out if you bring another guy that's legitimate on paper. They're ready to take this guy out now. Read on.
And there he remained a long season.
This is like Gladiator, right? They're sitting back here and want to bring this guy in and take this guy out and take this guy out and fund this guy. It's the same thing. This is how Edomites fight for power. Right? You got to have the money. Listen, we understand when it was talking about, remember when Pac said, listen, man,
I got my money on
First you get your money up.
then you go to war.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So I got my money up. Now it's time to go to war.
They had all these soldier sounds. I'm ready to go to war now because I got. Well, he was already dead by then. But you get my point. Even Jake understands you got to have your money before you go to war. And this is what Tryphon was trying to set up. He had the money. He just needed the pawn to take the position. So Demetrius was ready to fall. He was all served him with a platter, ready to get knocked down. Hold that. Let's go to Josephus real quick. It's the same book. We just keep going where we're at. We're going to read through paragraph 4 or chapter 4, and then we're going to read chapter 5, paragraph 1. So continue.
Page 343, line 129. And these were the contents of this writing. And now, when Demetrius saw that there was peace everywhere, and that there was no danger, nor fear of war, he disbanded the greatest part of his army, and diminished their pay.
Listen, you cut their pay, and you fired military guys. That's going to sit back and piss all these guys off.
Oh, yeah.
The military is the heart of the damn nation. We got to take pay cuts? Anyway, read on.
And even retain in pay no others than such foreigners as came up with him from Crete.
And Crete was the city, but why did he sit back and pay the foreigners? Because they were what? Cheaper. Why does Esau go to leave the United States to sit back here and go to the Philippines and put Nike plants in the Philippines?
Outsource.
You outsource because it's cheaper. So this is why the guys in Antioch are so pissed off. You're going to sit back and get some quote-unquote second-rate soldiers to save a buck? You don't want to buy American? You don't want to buy Greek? This has been going on for a long time. Because you got to save money. You're trying to cut costs at all. But once again, you're giving up. What are you sacrificing when you hire foreign soldiers? There's no allegiance. There's no allegiance. You're not going to fight for your country because this ain't your country. So you're going to get a more half-hearted warrior. And you're going to get a bunch of, this pay-to-fight guys don't last. Mercenaries, that's the word.
When you lose continuity also,
Mm-hmm.
they won't be as specialized in the training as the others, the original soldiers.
Yeah. It's a lot of different factors. But you lose the heart of your army. That's the real. You lose the heart to save a buck. So let's continue.
And even retained and paid no others than such foreigners as came up with him from Crete and from the other islands. However, this procured him ill will and hatred from the soldiers, on whom he bestowed nothing from this time, while the kings before him used to pay them in time of peace, as they did before, that they might have their good will, and that they might be very ready to undergo the difficulties of war if any occasion should require it.
But once again, he cut corners because he lost a chunk of the empire. Listen, yes, he was evil, but yes, he was also broke. And this guy is trying to keep his kingdom, whatever he got, by any means necessary.
And what's bad is that he cut their pay at the time that they were supposed to get paid.
Yeah.
He says that they were kings before used to pay them in a time of peace.
Yes, both.
That means that when they were expecting their money, because it was a peacetime.
Yep.
I already put my life on the line. Now I need my money.
Yep.
Now you're a soldier, got to go all the way back home empty-handed,
Yep.
and you fought the battle already.
That's crazy.
But how about those guys? How about this? How about they fought and lost and came back and got fired? It doesn't go into that because the story wasn't about the Greeks and them fighting the Persians. But they fought and went to war in the Far East and got their butts kicked and came back and there was no jobs for them. Sounds like Vietnam to me. Yeah. They sat back here, they fought in Vietnam, they came back and they lost their pensions. They were broke and they became addicted. They were addicted to drugs and their life went to crap. This is what's happening here. They lost in Parthia, they lost Babylon, they lost a large chunk of the empire. Then they came back and he's cutting down the empire because he can't pay them. But you can't pay them because you lost. Because listen, that land the territory you lost was paying their bills. Does the soldier care about that? No. The soldier's trying to eat. You don't care about how they lost half of their country and there's no way to pay them. That makes sense? But so who's in control of all this? The Most High is collapsing this Greek empire. It's coming to an end. And there's nothing they can do about it. And Greece, this is why the Greeks had their run. They were on top. They had their zenith, and they went down. The Romans started low, worked their way to the top, and they come down. All kingdoms experience this. You can only stay Pax Greece or Pax Rome for only so much time before you start to diminish. United States on their way down. Whatever they do, it's not working. It used to work. That shock and awe movement in Iraq worked. All the fancy bombs and the fancy techniques of bombs work for Iraq. It don't work for Iran. Iraq, when they were getting bombed, they sat back here and had everything above ground. So what did Iran do? They learned from it and they went underground. So you can bomb all you want. They still have thousands of bombs in storage underground that you can't touch. They say, yeah, we obliterated their navy. Iran don't have a navy. All they got is small speedboats that are still underground that when they want to, they can come out here and attack your massive battleships. What they're not saying is the massive battleship is becoming outdated in war. Everything Esau put their billions into is outdated. The massive battleships. What good is the massive battleships when you have speedboats that are going at excessive speeds that you can't just track and shoot one at a time? Hell, even the Russian Navy's getting hit that way. What good is this big battleship when you're shooting drones at it and you shoot 5 of the 10 drones out of the sky, but the 5 hit the battleship and it's down?
A $50,000 drone.
A $50,000 drone takes out $1 million plus or millions of dollars worth of machinery in the sea. So all these big ships are becoming outdated. You know, the F-35 was just Esau's like crown jewel plane, got knocked out the air by Iran. This multi-million-dollar plane that was all this money spent is just getting wiped out in an instant. All the fancy equipment is obsolete. But who controls that? The Most High. So all Esau's moves are being checkmated. And there's nothing they can do about it. The funny thing is, everybody's talking about destroying or occupying Karg Island and occupying the Strait of Hormuz. The funny thing is this. The water in between the Strait of Hormuz is called what? You have this big body of water, and you have a narrow passage called the Strait of Hormuz, right? What's the big body of water called? Does anybody know? The Persian Gulf. Why is it called the Persian Gulf? Because it's Persian. So you can stop the Gulf. You can stop even if they're able to stop the Strait. The boats are coming from the Persian Gulf. They can bomb the boats from the Persian Gulf. They don't got to bomb it from the damn Strait.
From the chokehold.
They don't got to bomb it from the chokehold. They can bomb the whole damn area. So you can do what you want here. They can still bomb it. They can still bomb the takers coming from UAE or Qatar or Saudi Arabia. As soon as it comes out, they can bomb it. Does it got to be the Strait? No, it doesn't.
You're just a sitting duck when
You're a sitting duck regardless. So you can sit back and play this straight crap. They can bomb you while you're in the Persian Gulf or as soon as you come out. Are you going to occupy? Listen, there was just last night, the Iran bombed this place called base called the Diego Garcia. And the Diego Garcia is 4,000 kilometers away from Iran. Oh, yeah, they didn't think that Iran had missile capability, ballistics, that can go that far. They only thought they could have technology 2,000 kilometers. But what happened was, Iran, since the beginning of this war, has been getting rid of their old stuff. They're sitting back here shooting bombs that were made in 2012. They got new stuff now. So now they sat back and said, we're going to touch you 4,000 kilometers away. And they weren't expecting that. So they got something blown up in their military base 4,000 kilometers away. And the funny thing, they say, if they can go 4,000 kilometers down south, they can touch Europe if they want.
Yep.
So now they're saying, okay, this is why Europe isn't going to bring their ships.
And talk about that again.
And they're not going to bring their ships to the Persian Gulf. So they can get bombed in France? They can get bombed in Germany? Hell no, they're not doing that.
So Spain's like, we don't want no
But
part.
that's my point.
Yeah, the new bomb is called a Sigil. It's the new one they just came out with that can go further than 2,000 kilometers. It can go up to 4,000 kilometers.
Wow.
Bro, what am I trying to say? All of the billions of dollars spent on these military toys, it ain't working. Even when you read in, I think it's Jeremiah 51 and 20. Let me see. I think it's 51 and 20. No, not 20. Not 20. Not 20. Let me see. Give me 1 second and I'll find it. It's Jeremiah. One second, Joe. 51 and 30. Somebody read that real quick.
Jeremiah chapter 51 and verse 30. The mighty men of Babylon have forborne to fight. They have remained in their hold.
This is happening now. The military is sitting back here saying, we don't want to fight. There's certain military in the naval base, and I'm not fighting this war. They're actually backing out of the war mid-war. This is happening now. The mighty men are forbearing to fight. The weaponry ain't working. The weaponry is obsolete. The USS Abraham, all the naval capacity is outdated. Their high-tech planes are getting blown out the sky. And the people are like, I don't want to fight for this Epstein war or this Israeli war. I don't want to risk my life for these people.
I want to die for Israel.
This is what's happening. This is an aspect of the mighty men of Babylon have forborne to fight. They have remained in their holds. Read on.
Their might hath failed.
They don't have the inspiration to fight. Read on.
They became as women. They have burned her dwelling places. Her bars are broken.
Listen, they're not even trying to fight anymore. I don't know if you sat back here and saw a few weeks ago, they were showing the toilets were overflowing in some of these ships. You saw that? What they didn't tell you is that the actual sailors did that. The sailors did it because they're protesting. Because they're too long out. They're too long out overseas. They're supposed to get home on their deployments. So whatever their time was, 6 months, 8 months, 10 months, they got to sit back and it gets extended for another year or two. Yeah. And they're vexed that they're in the ocean for this damn long, and they're protesting. They don't want to fight. They're tired of this. They want to go back home. They don't see the reason in being in this war, putting their life on the line for no justifiable reason. The ruse is not working anymore. We're doing this for America. 9/11. All that crap ain't working no more.
There's no weapons of mass destruction.
Yep.
And they realizing this for business purposes.
And then they don't want to fight. This is what's happening. Jeremiah said it's going to happen. It's actually happening. So, American mystique is failing.
That USS Gerald Ford, which is like one of the state-of-the-art super carriers.
Yep.
They said it caught fire and it had to get out of the area. And then there's two possible reasons why. They said the sailors have caused a fire in the AC ducts, and then to make it unserviceable, or that it could have got hit by a torpedo. Yes, sir.
And they're replacing it with the Bush. They've been out there for 7 months.
Yeah.
And the problem is nobody wants to be there. And they're like, now they got to push. Think about this. They got hit 4,000 kilometers away. They got to push 6 to 10 now. So now the problem is the further you get away, now you're more of a target when you want to come back in. If you want to bring naval fleets in there, you got to get closer. And the closer you get, you're going to get touched by these bombs. So now you're pushing these guys further and further away, and now everybody's uncomfortable. How are you going to sit back here? And I was listening to this guy online. How are you going to logistically take care of the soldiers when they get there? It's one thing to drop them off, which is going to be hard as hell. But once you drop them off, how are you going to keep bringing supplies to them? Because when you're shipping, when you're bringing these supplies, a drone can get them, a ballistic missile can get them. You're going to bring ships there closer and get bombed? How are you going to do this without taking massive casualties and looking even worse in front of the world? It's one thing to drop somebody off. How are you going to feed them? How are you going to get them more weaponry, more bullets, more ammo? They're going to get stuck out there.
You know this.
That's the point. How are you going to do it? All this big lunky stuff don't work no more. You want to bring these battleships? Cool. Then we'll have 100 speedboats come at the battleships. Imagine if 100 high-speed boats come to the battleships. Is that battleship going to hit all of them? No. If they want to take a battleship out, they can. You know that they're underwater drones, right? They're not just drones in the air. They're underwater drones that are heat-seeking that you can move. So you got underwater drones, speedboats. Sometimes playing the small light game, you can beat the big bad wolf, the big monster. Small volume can get you.
They said they got a torpedo. They got a motorcycle motor on it.
Yeah.
And it goes at 1 mile an hour. And it just kind of cruises in the ocean. It just floats. It's just there.
Like
chilling,
a fishy.
Like a fish. It says, but once it hears a motor, an engine, then it locks on to the engine, and then it shoots off to the engine. It doesn't get activated until it picks up a carrier engine, and then that's when it shoots off. And now that carrier's is a sitting duck for a damn torpedo has been sitting in the water, moving at 1 mile an hour, just cruising, just creeping, waiting to hear something. And once they hear that engine, they go for it.
How's that?
It's over. But you got that Gerald Ford that just tucked tail, and they're on their way out. They just brought it. They just brought the Gerald Ford. That's supposed to be like state-of-the-art equipment. And how are you gonna bring state-of-the-art equipment to a war that is where that equipment is obsolete? You just spent billions on these carrier groups, and they don't even work. You got to pull it out to get it repaired. Along with now you got these F-15s, F-35s that when you're that far out, they can't fly missions like that. They run out of fuel. Then you got to leave them in the air. You got to refuel in the air. And what happens when you got these planes that are slower? That these refuel planes that have to float in the air to refuel these jets. What happened when you got these slow flying refuel planes in the air? They become targets. And what happened? Just like last week, one of them refueling planes, one of the guys was from right here in Texas. One of the guys that died in that, one of the 6 Air Force guys that died was from Texas. He was from San Marcos, I think. He was from right up the street. That's not like about a 45-minute drive.
Yeah.
And then his family, as a matter of fact, his family just came on the news and said this is a senseless war.
What?
They said my son died for no damn reason. And this kid is a good dude, and he's right there in San Marcos.
And a lot of parents right now are requesting that Trump does not take pictures in front of their sons' caskets. And they're requesting do not take pictures and do photo ops in front of the caskets. And he's still doing it.
He's still doing photo ops, huh?
And they're like complaining, bro. We don't want this to be a part of some type of promotion that going on.
It's an advertisement. It's almost using that kid's body as an advertisement.
But he's not even listening to the parents.
No.
Request the people.
Wow. That's crazy.
He said that's just war. People die.
Well, send that 6-foot giant wax son you got out there and fight and see what happens, huh? Well, yeah, that's as soft as tissue paper, right? Send that nigga out here. Excuse my French, right?
Yeah.
But that's how it comes out sometimes, right? Listen, forgive me for the passion of my words, right? But if you want to sit back here and mock these people that are putting on the line, well, bring your son out there.
They say he's too tall to enlist.
Yeah, that's the game. Yeah, okay. Then how come David Robinson did? How come the 7-foot David Robinson was in the Navy?
Yeah.
In boats. That's whack. He's a damn sub, a 7-foot and a sub.
Hell, man, he's like this the whole time. Like it's like a whole.
He doing this.
Hey,
I'm surprised he didn't shrink.
press that button.
But the 6'6" boy couldn't do it. Get out of here, that's lame,
I
man.
forgot
It's like David Robinson.
Forgot about David Robinson.
That's only for pilots. That's them manipulating.
I know it is. It's all game.
Because of the sitting height that they talk about.
The cockpit. You can't sit in the cockpit.
He can enlist.
He can enlist.
And then put a gun in your hand. You'll be all right.
Yeah, he can enlist.
You'll be all right.
He's security force.
That's what I'm saying. That's ridiculous. Anyway, it's important. In case you want to hear that, David Robinson was 7 foot.
Yeah.
They should listen. He had a good reason. This dude had a hoop career. You ain't got to do nothing. Just keep shooting and jumping, man. Just keep running and jumping, dog. You good, man. You ain't got to put that white suit on, man.
Super big arms, huh?
Just go play for the Spurs, man. That's all you got to do, man. Win a championship. Bring a championship home. That's all we need from you. Anyway, where are we at in the Josephus at?
We finished it.
Did we? Okay.
Yeah, we're in back.
So, yeah, let's read No. Let's read chapter 5, paragraph 1.
Josephus, chapter 5, page 343, chapter 5, paragraph 1. Now there was a certain commander of Alexander's forces, and Apanemian by birth, whose name was Theodotus, and was also called Trypho, took notice of the ill will the soldiers bare to Demetrius, and went to Malchus, the Arabian, who brought up Antiochus, the son of Alexander, and told him what ill will the army bare Demetrius, and persuaded him to give them Antiochus, because he would make him king, and recover to him the kingdom of his father. Malchus at first opposed him in this attempt, because he could not believe him.
He just, listen, the guy didn't think that the kingdom of Demetrius was that bad. But it was. Read on.
But when Trypho laid hard at him for a long time, he over-persuaded him to comply with Trypho's intentions and entreaties. And this was the state of Trypho was now in.
So Trypho pushed it, and eventually he got his way. And what we're going to read later on is that Alexander Bala's son, Antiochus VI, was announced to have a justified claim to the throne. And now it's on. Now it's money versus money, soldiers versus soldiers. But that doesn't happen quite yet. So keep that in mind. And go to verse 41 in the Josephus. In the Apocrypha.
Verse
41.
chapter 11 and verse 41. In the meantime, Jonathan sent unto King Demetrius that he would cast those of the tower of Jerusalem.
So now what's happening is what? Jonathan is saying, hey, okay, by the way, Demetrius, I'm still not going to put my foot off this gas. We're going to break these boys in this tower in Akron. Just letting you know before I continue to break it. Now, he's communicating to him, but had he stopped the siege? No, he was still doing the siege. He just want to let him know This stuff isn't on pause. I got to break this guy. Read on. Break this kingdom.
that he would cast those of the tower out of Jerusalem, and those also in the fortresses, for they fought against Israel. So Demetrius sent unto Jonathan, saying, I will not only do this for thee and thy people, but I will greatly honor thee and thy nation, if opportunity serve. Now therefore thou shalt do well if thou send me men to help me.
But he's still saying, I'll let you do this, but you got to take care of me. Scratch my back and I'll scratch yours.
Yeah.
You can sit back here and get rid of these Greek boys, but I need some strong fighters to help me out because I have a siege going on, or he has like the people are protesting and causing riots in Antioch. Think about this. I don't want to make it too deep and act like it's a regime change operation. But we're reading about Trypho setting the stage to get Alexander Bala's son in power. And at the same time, the people in Antioch, the military men, are pissed. So what do you think's happening in the city? It's unrest in the city. There's protests, there's complaints, and Demetrius is losing control over the situation. He's got foreign guards protecting him. He don't trust their allegiance or their skill. His back is against the wall. So he's like, Jonathan, you can siege these guys, but I need some men to help me fight in this contention that I have in Antioch. Let's continue. What verse are we at?
Verse 43.
Mm-hmm.
Now therefore thou shalt do well if thou send me men to help me, for all my forces are gone from me.
Listen, but why is his forces gone? Because you fired him. You laid him
My
off.
forces.
You laid him off. You didn't want to pay him. So now you need him.
He didn't say why his forces were.
That's my point. He's like, they just left me. They didn't leave you. You kicked him out. Now you need him. But you wanted to use him only when you wanted to pay him only when you had to pay him. Not 24/7, 365. Now you're stunk. So hold that and jump to paragraph 2 in the Josephus.
Paragraph 2, line 133. But Jonathan the high priest, being desirous to get clear of those that were in the citadel of Jerusalem,
That was an Accra. Read on.
and of the Jewish deserters, and wicked men, as well as those in all the garrisons in the country, sent presents and ambassadors to Demetrius, and entreated him to take away his soldiers out of the strongholds of Judea. Demetrius made answer that after the war, which he was now deeply engaged in, was over, he would not only grant him that, but greater things than that also. And he desired he would send him some assistance, and informed him that his army had deserted him.
So what's happening is obviously now processing him with the Josephus, he's saying that they're in full-blown war. So whatever Tryphon had set up, Tryphon wasn't going to bring the young man to war. He was just going to use the fact that give me custody of him, keep him in Arabia, and I'm going to send my warriors and my hired soldiers to fight against his hired band of guys from Crete. And I'm going to set up this war in Antioch. I'm going to stir up this regime change operation on my own. So once I take advantage and take control of Antioch and kill Demetrius II, I can bring Antiochus VI in power and we can keep it moving. This is the thinking. But so now Demetrius II is in full-blown war with no real soldiers to protect him. Read on.
So Jonathan chose out 3,000 of his soldiers and sent them to Demetrius.
So Jonathan sends 3,000 men to help him fight in Antioch to protect him from this angry mob / protesters that are trying to take him out. Hold that and let's go to verse 44.
First Maccabees chapter 11 and verse 44. Upon this, Jonathan sent him 3,000 strong men unto Antioch. And when they came to the king was very glad of their coming.
Heck yeah.
Howbeit, they that were of the city gathered themselves together into the midst of the city to the number of 120,000 men, and would have slain the king.
So listen, they had 120,000 angry men, probably soldiers, mixed with angry people protesting the government. They had their own no kings signs and marches out. They had their own no kings marches out. It's the truth. They had their own Issachar guys with masks over their face, waving the Issachar flag. They had their own regime change situation going on in Antioch. Read on.
Wherefore the king fled into the court.
Listen, he's hiding in his little court, scared. Read on.
But they of the city kept the passage of the city and began to fight.
Mm-hmm.
Then the king called to the Jews for help, who came unto him all at once, and dispersing themselves through the city, slew that day in the city to the number of 100,000.
That's crazy. 3,000 Jews took out 100,000 men out.
Playing the town red that day.
Listen, but the skill. Well, first of all, the Most High was with him. Most High blessed him.
They did a bam bam.
But 3,000 dudes take out 100 racks of people.
They did a bam bam.
That's crazy.
That's major.
These guys were legit, and it kind of gives you an understanding as to why Demetrius would waive off the salt tax. Because it really don't make sense why to sit back here and not take that salt deal. That salt deal was like gold back in those days.
But
why would you forego that salt deal?
This is why.
Because you got 3,000 black guys out taking out 100,000 boys out. I'm going to say this. Let's just look at things logistically wise. Do you really think Amalek that walks around with these little stringy things in their neck is really going to take out 100,000 guys out?
A bunch of Seinfelds out.
A bunch of Seinfelds and George Costanza's out. Going to sit back here and really sit back here and take out 100,000 men out? Let's just be honest out. A bunch of L'chaim's out going to sit back here and really do it out? It's not going to happen. Does it make more sense to think of 3,000 men that have been in wars and dogfights with the Greeks? They could do it? Yes, the Most High was with them. The Most High looked after them. But 3,000 to 100,000? Come on now.
That's wild.
That's crazy.
It's a bloodbath.
And you're dealing with angry, passionate men. These people are angry about their life falling apart and their money being messed up. And you got 3,000 men who don't really have a dog in a fight come in here and take things and get things back in order. Phenomenal. Continue. What verse we at? Just keep repeating the verse.
48 or 47?
Read verse 47 again.
Verse 47. Then the king called the Jews for help, who came unto him all at once, and dispersing themselves through the city, slew that day in the city to the number of 100,000. Also they set fire on the city, and got many spoils that day, and delivered the king.
So listen, the city got burnt up. That's the only way you're going to sit back here and do this. And you're going to read about it in more detail on the Josephus. They had to burn the city up, shake their environment up to even take out the 100,000. So they do it. They accomplish the mission, and they save the king. The king should be super grateful. Should be. Read on.
So when they of the city saw that the Jews had got the city as they would, their courage was abated. Wherefore they made supplications to the king, and cried, saying, Grant us peace, and let the Jews cease from assaulting us and the city.
How does it turn from 120,000 protesters ready to sit back and destroy the king to 5 minutes later, 5 minutes later, to 100,000 people dead and the city burning, and that them 20,000 protesters, listen, please, listen, forget about how I was acting earlier. Just keep these Jews off us. Keep these 3,000 boys off our back. This is crazy.
Yeah.
We will sit back here and adhere to Demetrius II. Whatever me Lord wants. Just stop this guy from burning my crib down.
Yeah.
These guys are crazy. That's the Most High. But keep going.
With that they cast away their weapons, and made peace.
They said, we don't want war. We don't want to fight these guys. Forget this.
Yeah.
And these are experienced soldiers. Say, don't forget this. I've lost enough.
It's a scary thing.
I've lost enough today. Keep going.
And the Jews were honored in the sight of the king, and in the sight of all that were in his realm. And they returned to Jerusalem, having great spoils.
No, what verse are we at?
that was the end of 51.
Okay, read to verse 52.
So King Demetrius sat on the throne of his kingdom, and the land was quiet before him.
So once again, the Jews got paid from the spoils they earned, from the actual killing of the people and getting the residual of that victory. That's how they got paid. You didn't get none from the king, just from the fighting. Now we go back to the Josephus, paragraph 3. We're going to read 3/4 of the paragraph.
Paragraph 3, line 135. Now the people of Antioch hated Demetrius, both on account of what mischief he had himself done them, and because they were his enemies also on account of his father Demetrius.
The people never liked Demetrius the first. Philometor had to convince them to trust Demetrius the second. Then once Demetrius got the power, he showed he was just like his daddy. The people in Antioch had an uproar on top of the soldiers not getting paid. This was a disaster. Read on.
Who had greatly abused them. So they watched some opportunity which they might lay hold on to fall upon them. And when they were informed of the assistance that was coming to Demetrius from Jonathan, and considered at the same time that he would raise a numerous army unless they prevented him and seized upon him, they took their weapons immediately and encompassed his palace in the way of a siege, and seizing upon all the ways of getting out.
So they stopped all the exits and surrounded the king. He said, we got to hurry up and do this before these Jews come here, to make it hard for them to go in and protect the king. So they surrounded the city or the palace before the Jews even got there. Read on.
They sought to subdue their king. Line 137. And when he saw that the people of Antioch were become his bitter enemies, and that they were thus in arms, he took the mercenary soldiers which he had with him, and those Jews who were sent by Jonathan, and assaulted the Antiochians.
Sorry. The Jews were already in the city before they were surrounded. The Jews were in the city before they were surrounded. So pretty much what they're saying is once the Jews got there, they had to surround them. Once the Jews got to the city and the palace, then they surrounded the palace. Read on.
But he was overpowered by them, for they were many 10,000s, and was beaten. But when the Jews saw that the Antiochians were superior, they went up to the top of the palace.
So the Jews got the high ground of the palace. Read on.
And shot at them from thence. And because they were so remote from them by their height, that they suffered nothing on their side.
So they took the high ground, the proper military position. They couldn't get shot back at, but they were just mowing cats down from the top position. Read on.
But did great execution on the others, and fighting from such an elevation, they drove them out of the adjoining houses.
You know why I like this? It takes away, listen, the Most High was there, but you can't alleviate the need for skill and execution. You got to have skill. You got to have the Most High by your side. One. But you have to have skill and execution behind it too. I don't think that we as Israelites understand that in order for the Most High to really bless us, you have to have the combination of the Most High's mercy and blessings coupled with skill, execution, and courage, and doing things the right way. I think a lot of times we might have faith or belief that we can do things, but what good is faith without skill and decision making and making the right move and doing things the right way? You have to have the combination to get out of it. And I think that's important to be conscious of. It's not just, I just got will and I want to try hard and I got heart. Heart only works to a degree. You got to have heart, you got to have faith, you got to have confidence, you got to have trust, and you got to have skill behind it. Then it works out. Then things work out. But continue.
Line 139. And immediately set them on fire, whereupon the flame spread itself over the whole city.
So that was what they were doing. On top of killing certain targets, he was sitting back here and burning areas around the protesters. So if they're going to surround the palace, you got to surround them. You got to surround them with fire. Then they got to make a what? They got to make a decision. Am I going to sit back here and keep protesting or get out of this fire? Because if I'm being surrounded by fire, I better get the hell out of Dodge. Or sit back here and burn. Read on.
Whereupon the flame spread itself over the whole city and burned it all down.
So you want to sit back here and leave your fight and get your possessions? Or how much do you hate the king? How much you want to sit back here and destroy Demetrius? You want to give up your house and not take care of your family? Or your kids going to burn? Is your wife going to burn? You going to go take care of them? Or you going to go sit back here and keep fighting us? Read on.
This happened by reason of the closeness of the houses, and because they were generally built of wood.
Oh my goodness.
So the Antiochians, when they were not able to help themselves, nor to stop the fire, were put to flight. And as the Jews leaped from the top of one house to the top of another.
Because they were sitting back here jumping from house to house, looking like Robin Hood, looking like damn, what's his name? What was that guy in Avengers? What was the guy that shot arrows out? Hawkeye. He looking like Hawkeye, like this, just setting fires out, looking like Judite ninjas out, causing havoc out, jumping from house to house out. Anyway, that's dope out. Read on. Judite Hawkeyes out. You couldn't stop with froze out. This I was watching online. You ever see those like Edomites that are like they're like British soldiers and they don't speak and they wear the red uniforms?
Yeah.
And like I never understood why they wore those black hats.
Royal Guard.
The Royal Guards. But when you sit back here and look at history, those black hats are like how Judites had their hair back in the day.
Oh, word.
Those were black hairstyles. Yes, those black hats. They had a circular look to it. That was a Judite hairstyle. I saw pictures of black dudes with that hairstyle.
Kid and play at?
No.
Little high top, huh?
Kinda. It was like trimmed right here, but it was a big circle. It was kid and play hairstyles.
Yeah.
And that was the royal look for the people of that time. And I was like, my goodness, but only black hair can do that. So when you sit back and look at those Royal Guards and say that's a black style line. It blew my mind. I was like, man, that makes sense. And they were just mimicking the great people of that time. And just replacing the hair with the hat. Anyway, it just hit me.
It's keeping it traditional.
Keeping it, but removing whitewashing time. But so once again, this is showing Israelite excellence and ingenuity and quick thinking. Because obviously they're sitting back here having some guys jump over here, some guys over here, they're just wrecking people's homes. Then their focus stops being the protest and on getting back to their house and saving their families and their possessions. And in the midst of you doing that, you're burning up too. Read on.
And as the Jews leaped from the top of one house to the top of another, and pursued them after that manner, it thence happened that the pursuit was very surprising.
They weren't expecting that. They want to sit back and be emotional and throw tomatoes at the palace and throw rocks, not realizing, oh man, my house is about to burn up. Read on.
But when the king saw that the Antiochians were very busy in saving their children and their wives,
that's the point. Read on.
And so did not fight any longer, he fell upon them in the narrow passages and fought them and slew a great number of them.
Did he do it or the men did it? His soldiers did it. Once chaos happened, then it's a turkey shoot. Bow, 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 bow. Then you can sit back here and kill them as they're running. Then the battle isn't as hard anymore. Because you can isolate your soldiers. Isolate the men. Read on.
Till at last they were forced to throw down their arms and to deliver themselves up to Demetrius. So he forgave them their insolent behavior, and put an end to the sedition. And when he had given rewards to the Jews out of the rich spoils he had gotten, and had returned them thanks, and the cause of his victory, he sent them away to Jerusalem to Jonathan. with an ample testimony of the assistance they had afforded him.
Stop. Now we're going to go back to verse 53 in Josephus.
First Maccabees chapter 11 and verse 53. Nevertheless, he dissembled in all that ever he spake, and estranged himself from Jonathan.
So even after Jonathan saved him, looked after him, sent these 3,000 men, and those 3,000 men saved his hide, he would have probably died that day if it wasn't for the Jews. What did he do? Read it from the top.
It says, nevertheless, he dissembled in all that ever he spake.
What does that mean? He dissembled in all he ever spake. He went back on his promises that he said were going to be forever. What does that mean? I want my money. I want my taxes. I want my salt tax. I want all the taxes that at one time I said were forgiven. I want my money. I'm going to be an Edomite giver, not a Native American giver.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit back here. I want what I said I wasn't gonna take. Why is he saying that? Well, first of all, he's not an honorable man, and two, he's broke. His whole empire is collapsing in front of him. All the Jews did with those 3,000 men was buy him a little time. Bought him a little time to sit back and tread water for a little bit longer. The empire was still collapsing. Read on.
And estranged himself from Jonathan. Neither rewarded he him according to the benefits which he had received of him.
So he should have gave Jonathan more accolades like Alexander Bala did and what Ptolemy Philometor did. Every time he won wars, he was rewarded and given more honor. This guy didn't do it. Because this guy's sitting back here trying to survive. So in the midst of him surviving, he's also alienating people that had his back.
Well, you know, that's like strike two.
Mm-hmm.
He had already cut his military short.
I know.
So it's kind of give you an idea of what kind of man he was.
Kind of.
He was two-time and backstabbing kind of guy.
Yeah.
That you do when you negotiate with them, they make a promise,
Yep.
and then they don't take you can't take their word for it. And then so it was almost like if he would cut off his own army,
You can't trust him.
You can't trust him. Yeah. Then it makes sense he would cut off Jonathan.
Because he's that kind of guy. He's a shiesty dude.
Yeah. First proof shiesty, yeah.
That's I was going to say that.
Yeah.
He was the first proof shiesty.
Yeah.
But let's keep going into Josephus real quick.
Line
Is that-
143. Yet did he prove an ill man to Jonathan afterwards, and broke the promises he had made. And he threatened that he would make war upon him,
Wow.
unless he would pay all that tribute which the Jewish nation owed to the first kings of Syria.
You see that?
Wow.
He's like, listen, I'm going to go to war with you if you don't pay me. So all those deals and that treaty and that peace treaty is over. I'm not giving you no money deals. There is tax for the Jew. We're going to switch this up. But keep going.
Get a verse on that too.
Yeah.
Ecclesiastes 37, verse 4. Verse 5. In the pocket for Ecclesiastes 37 and 5.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7 and verse 5. There is a companion
There's people that will attach themselves to you. Read on.
which helpeth his friend for the belly.
It says there are people that will attach themselves to you, but who do they got in mind?
Themselves, their belly,
Their belly.
their want.
I'm cool with you. We'll go to war together, but it's not about us. It's about who? It's about me. I'll fight this war with you, but I got to get what I want out of it. It's not about us winning the battle. It's about, at the end of the day, I got to get mine. You know,
It's just a business relationship.
right? It's really kind of cutthroat business. It's really cutthroat business deals. I'm gonna go in this battle with you, and then at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, you're on your own.
Yep.
Read.
And taketh up the buckler against the enemy.
The buckler is the shield.
Yeah.
So, I'm gonna take up the shield against the enemy. But we're fighting, but I'm really fighting for who? I'm fighting for me. Now we're both fighting together, but I'm fighting for me. Read on.
Forget not thy friend.
What do the people do?
Forget not thy friend
Where?
in thy mind.
Where do people get lost at?
In thy mind.
I'm not thinking about you.
Exactly.
That's how this can happen, because people forget about all the sacrifices that you do, and the fact that the part of their victory was sustained by your labor or your assistance. And that's why the scriptures say, "Forget not thy friend." Where?
In thy mind.
Read.
And be not unmindful of him in thy riches.
And what do we do when we get in positions where there's no more threat, there's no more war?
Oh, I don't need you no more. I guess it wasn't necessary. I'll talk to you next time.
Yeah, we cool,
Push
but
it back.
but I get you next time.
I'm about money right now. I need
Yeah.
some money right now. So who got money? They got money.
Now,
And
now I'm their friend.
Yeah,
Your friend. These are people that create friendships based off of benefit.
Yeah.
yep,
So they attach to you based off the benefit they can get. They're almost they're parasitic.
very
They're
much. So.
parasite-based people.
Yep.
And you wouldn't even know that the whole time that you're in the battle, that they was about their own belly.
Yep. We didn't even know. He thought we was family. Man.
Yeah, I thought I was going to go back to being tax free.
That's what I'm saying.
No
That's
tax-free
good.
holiday.
No
that
tax-
tax-free is over.
But you're the man of the word.
Thought you were a man of your word. So it's showing you not everybody that fight the fight. Don't fight the good fight with the right intention, with the same intention. Some people fight the good fight with themselves in mind.
Yeah.
That's what Jonathan is dealing with.
Okay.
Let that go back.
So where are we at in a Josephus, sir?
In the middle of line 143.
Okay, let's do that.
And this he had done if Trypho had not hindered him, and diverted his preparations against Jonathan to a concern for his own preservation. For he now returned out of Arabia into Syria.
You see what he said?
Mhm.
He said that he was gonna backstab Jonathan anyway.
Yep.
He just needed him to get out of that sticky situation back at home.
Wow.
Yep.
He said if Trypho hadn't prevented him, he was going to go back on his word and
Anyway.
backstab Jonathan anyway.
I was standing in the back before. I think we all been in this situation before.
God,
I would have cut you up. I would have cut you off a long time ago, but I had to use you.
I needed you for this time.
I needed
Yep.
you.
And then once I got out of this situation, then I exposed my real hand.
Shysters.
Basically showing you that it was his intention all along to backstab Jonathan.
Yep.
And to not keep his
He's
promise.
a snake.
Yep. Yeah. He only did the deal in the first place because he knew that was a trump card he could use.
Yeah.
And he used the trump card. Now he goes to the next thing. He goes to the next thing. He just keeps
I
using.
gotta save myself.
Done. But this is what the U.S. is doing.
It's a ruthless person.
And don't forget. Listen. What's Trump been saying about NATO and all the European nations for the last year? They got to pull their end of the bargain. We're tired of carrying them. They got to sit back and sit back and fight this war against Russia. We're not going to sit back here and carry y'all. I'm done with sitting back here and going over here and doing all this to help y'all. But now what do you do when you hurt? We need France's
We need some help.
We need Germany's help. We need you to bring your fleets down here. They're like, you sitting back here throwing us under the bus just a week ago. Now you need us?
No, he says within the same month, we don't need you. He said, we need y'all to come down.
Yeah, we don't need you, but now we need you.
Which one is it?
And then did you hear when the Japanese interviewed Trump and they said, listen, man, how come you didn't let us know that you guys were about to bomb Iran? And then he says, if anybody knows about surprises, it's the Japanese, right? I was like, what the hell? That was the worst statement ever in history. If anybody knows about surprise attacks, it's the Japanese.
Wow.
And the Japanese lady was like, the ambassador, she was like, that's dirty right there. He said this on live television.
That was a good one.
Did y'all see that? I was like, this dude is tripping.
What he said is, you should have read your history books.
You know about surprises when y'all surprised us. So now you mad that we surprising Iran and surprising y'all? And you think you can just bully people around and clown like that, and then when you need them, you come back to them?
Yep.
That's what you said earlier that America always remembers the score.
Huh?
Esau always remembers the score.
They never forget. There's no mercy. It's just take and pushing around. Now I need you. I didn't need you before. Somebody will throw you under the bus. Now I need you. I need your help.
Come through.
Come through for me now. This is Esau's mind. It's crazy. Now Europe matters. Now we need Europe. When we just told you're on your own, fight this battle on your own. We're not sending you no more help. America first.
True.
Now it's everybody got to come together. We need NATO's help. What is this?
Then he said, because I asked you before, we don't need your battleships no more.
Yeah.
He sent 2 battleships back.
And then how about this? Did you hear that Trump actually called Putin and called China? And he asked China to talk to Iran for him? He asked Putin to smooth things over with Iran? And Putin's like, why the hell would I sit back here and do this? You're sitting back here on the phone with me, sending drones, telling me to hold tight. And I'm on the phone with you talking peace. And he said, where you at? Hold tight there, man. Hold tight, man. And 180 drones come to your house? And now I'm calling you a month or 2 later and said, hey, I need you to do me a favor, Putin. Like, what? Would you do that?
No.
Now, the question is, did Putin give him the right address? Because he got multiple homes. And there's statements that he gave him a bogus address he was at. I'm on the south side, dog, but he's on the north side. And you bombed the south side house. I'm like, see, I knew you was a dog. Because don't forget, Putin was ex-KGB.
Yeah.
So he knows those dirty tricks. But you set him up to get him killed. And he knows you set him up to get him killed. And now you call me 2 months later to ask me for help? This is the crazy thing. And you sit back here, you call China and say, hey, China, we need you guys to help us with Iran. Knowing that you're taking out Iran to get the oil to control China. And you just sat back here and took out Venezuela. And Venezuela was producing 80% of their nation's oil and selling it to China. And you openly say, we're at war with China. And we have to sit back and economically break China. But we say that on television, and then we say, hey, China, we need your help. We know we're trying to economically break you, but help us so that we don't have to escalate this war. The audacity is out of this world. And I'm supposed to sit back here and listen to you and give you what you want? They said Putin scolded Trump. Very direct. They said there's a direct, brief conversation in response to Trump's call. What are you doing? What kind of monkey stuff is this? This is monkey stuff. This is monkey. I want to say some other words, but I'm trying to be better with my language. This is BS. You gonna piss on me and say it's rain? Yep. It's raining outside? Yeah. And you want to snowball and act like everything's cool?
That's how desperate he is.
Say anything.
But to get what you want, that's weak and that's shiesty. That's what this guy does. I'm gonna be cool with you when I need you, and when things get a little cool, I'm gonna sit back here and screw you over. It's the same spirit. Anyway, you sit back here. Also, listen. Anyway, I'm not going there. I think we got the point on that. Where are we at?
And this he had done at Trypho had not hindered him, and diverted his preparations against Jonathan to a concern for his own preservation.
He was going to sit back here and set him up anyway because he needed the money. But once again, what this also proves is this escalation in Antioch was a regime change overthrow. Trypho had enough connections in the region to set this thing up. So he knew Trypho was at war, but sometimes you don't start wars with direct war. This is a tactic.
Economic war?
Well, you have to start with civil unrest.
Yeah.
What happened with Iran? Before they started sitting back here and bombing Iran, what did they try to do first in January? They tried to set up a coup with Israeli and CIA agents inside of Iran. You remember that? But then the Iranian government, through intel obviously from Russia and China, they caught on to it and they killed them and they eradicated the insurgents before they were able to topple the city. They were trying to do a covert war first, and they found a way to cut off their Starlink access.
There you go. Yep.
And they cut off the Starlink access, so they lost communication from Israel and the CIA bases to the insurgents inside the country in Iran.
Did a blackout.
They did a blackout like they did in Russia, because the Russians figured out how to break the Starlink communication links, so the insurgents couldn't communicate with the opposition outside the country. They did the same thing in Iran, and they squashed the rebellion. And once they realized the rebellion was squashed, then what they do? Let's have peace talks. Oh. But in the midst of peace talks, they were setting up a bombing. airstrikes. They did it twice with Iran. We're gonna meet in Switzerland and have these bogus talks. But in the midst of these talks, we're setting up to bomb you.
That's the scripture.
This is Esau. I know when he couches down in peace, he means war.
But what was in his heart? His words were smooth as butter.
That's my point. This is how he rolls. When he wants to sit back and have talks, he about to kill you. This is his mind. This is his spirit. It's crazy, bro. But the things written aforetime are written for your learning. What Trypho is doing, he's setting up covert wars before he has to do the overt war. This is what's been happening in regime change operations from the beginning of time. They try to break you from within so that it doesn't look like they're the ones conspiring it. It didn't work. Now they got to do overt work because they're desperate. They have to do this war. They have to accomplish this. But the problem is you lose public sentiment. They said Trump's approval rating is the lowest for any war in the history of wars that the U.S. has done. His approval rating is the worst because there's no justifiable reason to do it. It's going to keep getting worse if they keep losing and they keep spending billions of dollars while they're doing it. So what Trypho is doing with these internal conflicts, he's setting up the covert war before they physically go head to head. It's the same tactics. Esau's been using the same tactics from the beginning of time. Regime change operations, financiers backing one regime versus another regime. This is how it's been. There's nothing new under the what? There you go.
NGOs.
All of it. All an NGO is there's a financier behind this trying to sit back here and pay operatives to sit back and storm the castle to take out the king without me having to sit back here and spend more money to burn on a regime change. And once again, Trypho was using the angry citizens to take out the guy. And he was lucky, at least Demetrius was, to have 3,000 Jews come and help him. Because without that, he would have lost it. But on the flip side, what the Most High did, the Most High used that to spare Jonathan. Because he knew he was conspiring against Jonathan in the first place. Because the Most High looks after us when we're doing the right thing. Continue.
Line 144. For he now returned out of Arabia into Syria with the child Antiochus, for he was yet in age, but a youth, and put the diadem on his head. And as the whole forces that had left Demetrius, because they had no pay, came to his assistance.
And there you go. Now the Mosiah is starting to put the clamps on it. Because everybody he didn't take care of, they're now going to choose Antiochus the sixth. They're going to back him. And Trypho is the middleman putting everything together to set up this regime change operation. Hold tight on that. I think there's more in the scriptures on that. Let's do verse 54.
First Maccabees chapter 11 and verse 54. After this returned Tryphon, and with him the young child Antiochus, who reigned and was crowned.
So what is he saying? Okay, the first covert assassination attempt didn't work. Now I got to go overt. Now I got to announce the young king has a legitimate throne, has a legitimate stake. Now we're going to go to war. Now it's big war. Everything's out on the table. And now I got to spend more money. But let's pay a few guys to sit back here and do an insurgency. That didn't work. Now I got to go full-scale war. I'm just trying to show how things that are happening now is how it used to happen from the beginning. So let's continue.
Then there gathered unto him all the men of war, whom Demetrius had put away, and they fought against Demetrius, who turned his back and fled.
So now they end up having full-scale war, and Demetrius II ran. He wasn't defeated all the way, but the people that were loyal to Demetrius just fled from Antioch and went to a separate location. So now Demetrius is on the run, but he's still fighting. Read on.
Moreover, Tryphon took the elephants.
Matter of fact, hold tight. Let's finish out the Josephus paragraph.
Yeah. For he now returned out of Arabia into Syria with the child Antiochus, for he was yet in age but a youth, and put the diadem on his head. And as the whole forces that had left Demetrius, because they had no pay, came to his assistance, he made war upon Demetrius, and joining battle with him, overcame him in the fight, and took from him both his elephants and the city of Antioch.
So Trypho did the fighting. Trypho led the army. Trypho had the money and took over Antioch in the name of Antiochus the Sixth. But Antiochus the Sixth is still pooping in his diapers, bro. He's still a young lad. So who's running the kingdom?
Trypho.
Trypho's running the kingdom. And he got the elephants that he stole from Ptolemy. And now Demetrius is on the run. So he's losing even more leverage and power in the region. And this is what's been happening with these Greeks for many years. Same thing that happened with Edomites fighting in Europe for all those years. Edomites fighting all around the world for power. This is how it's been. This is the game. This is how empires roll. Not just Edomites, Arabs, Israelites. This is a bunch of fighting and contending for power. The 500 nations.
Yep.
What do you think is the same damn thing? Okay. Let's go back and well, before we do that, let's read Ecclesiasticus chapter 10 in the Apocrypha. Verse 7.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 7.
Hold on one second. Man, Alan's just kicking my tail today, bro. 10, verse 7.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 7. Pride is hateful before the Most High and man.
Listen, the Most High judges the nations the same way he judges us to a degree. What I mean is this. The whole world has to obey by spiritual decisions and consequences. So, if you're a non-Israelite nation, you're still being judged according to your ways. If you're an Israelite, you're being judged according to your ways. The only difference in how Israelites get judged and the nations get judged is one thing. Do y'all know what it is? What is the difference between how the Most High judges a nation versus how he judges with an Israelite?
He checks the nations immediately.
No. It's the reverse.
I'll see.
He judges, he stings us immediately so that our failures don't stack up and he has to remove us.
Right.
This is why our life is so much, it feels so much harder. Because every time you screw up, you get popped. Every time you veer off, you get popped. Because he's trying to save you from complete damnation. The nations, he will let you run your course until you've just done so much negative, he's moving on from it. That's the difference. But both peoples have to be accountable to the Most High, one way or the other. That's the fact. So the Most High said pride is hateful before the Most High. He hates when anybody is proud. Nobody has the right to operate with pride and ego and get away with it. Read on.
Pride is hateful before the Most High and man, and by both does one commit iniquity.
Mm-hmm.
Because of unrighteous dealings, injuries, and riches got by deceit, the kingdom is translated from one people to another.
The Most High is saying, I'm just going to keep switching all these guys that are completely eradicated because their corruption is too much. Now the Greeks, the king in the north is losing more and more territory. He's getting weaker and weaker because the caliber of man is getting weaker and weaker. The caliber of the leader is getting weaker and weaker. So the Most High is just removing these guys out the way because they just don't know how to live right. They keep injuring people. All they care about is maintaining their power. They have no honor. This is why even when you sit back and look at Edomite kings, he has enough mercy with Edomite kings if they live honorable and operate honorable to maintain their position. Why was Caesar Augustus allowed to last so long?
He paid tribute.
He paid tribute to the Jews and he ran his kingdom properly. Even being an Edomite, he ran the right way and he was able to stay in power. Marcus Aurelius the same way. Even these Edomite guys that live to a certain degree properly, their mistakes and their Edomite flaws, he winked at. because they had some kind of a moral compass in dealing with their people. Whereas other guys like Nero and these guys, they got wiped out quickly because they had no moral compass, no love for nothing but themselves. This guy Demetrius was a truce breaker. He didn't look after people that looked after him. Those guys get removed quickly. This is how the Most High thinks. Israelite or not, if you're not living right, you're going to get pulled out. He's going to sting you. Read on.
Why is earth and ashes proud? There is not a more wicked thing than a covetous man.
He says there's nothing more wicked than a covetous man. Why is that? Because a covetous man or woman is never happy with what they got.
And that's a major point.
A covetous person is never content. A covetous person is always depressed.
And they'll keep collecting.
Is always sad. Is always angry.
Yeah.
Is always saying, yeah, I got this butt. Yeah, I got this butt. A covetous person is always complaining about what they don't have.
Yeah. They're excessive.
A covetous person is always a glass half empty person. I can't see the good, so all I do is criticize about the bad. He said, what did he say about a person who can't see the good and is always critical about what's not going right? He said, there is nothing more wicked than a covetous person. He says the worst person you can be is unappreciative. It's a person who's always complaining and can't see the good in things. You can't be any worse than that. So think about in your life, do you always complain? Are you always like, I gotta do this, I gotta do that? Are you that kind of person? He said there's nothing more wicked than that person. Because what's the root of the complaints? A complainer is covetous.
Yep.
A person who complains is a covetous person that never going to be content with what the Lord provides for them.
And they can't wait on the Lord.
They can't wait. And nothing is ever good. Nothing that Most High gives you is ever satisfactory enough for you. You always want more. You're just insatiable. He says you can't be any worse than that. It doesn't get any worse than that kind of person.
And one of the
It's
ways,
the truth. That's what the scripture says.
one of the ways you know,
don't blame me.
They're going to fight and push for excess. We always deal with the emotional temperament of that personality and their thought pattern, but their physicality and their behavior is always a push for excess. Because no matter how much the Most High blesses them, it's never enough.
Hello?
The Most High could bless you with 15 cars. You need 16.
Yep.
A whole closet full of Polo. What about Gucci?
Listen, I want that Rolls Royce. I saw it yesterday on Twitter.
Yeah.
I didn't know that Rolls Royce Phantom, the wheels don't spin. I never knew that. I was like, this is amazing.
Well,
I saw the Rolls Royce. I'm just saying, I saw it pull out of the parking lot, and the wheels didn't spin. Like, how does it drive if the wheels don't spin? And if you got money, I gotta have that. Why not get the Rolls Royce Phantom? It ain't even spinning. It's fire. Who don't want that?
But you got 15 Rolls Royces already.
But the wheel doesn't spin. Don't that matter? I'm driving it and the wheels don't move.
that matters.
That's matter. If it's about vanity, I gotta have that.
And
I don't understand. Can somebody explain to me how the wheels don't move? I was like, wow. That kind of got me. I was like, if I had money, I want that. If it's about it, if you're gonna be about it, be about it. Why don't the wheels move?
it's optical illusion.
Listen, bro. Listen. The wheels get moved, bro.
It's not a hovercraft, Doc.
Can somebody explain it to me? Anybody online? It was not.
It's just
an optical illusion.
It's just
that.
spree wheels. That's just spree wheels.
No. I didn't say the rims. I said the wheels.
Oh,
Man.
I want the answer. That's what I'm asking for.
it says Rolls Royce wheel center caps with the RR logo appear stationary while driving because they are actually engineered as floating centers on ball bearings.
There we go. It's spinning. It ain't spinning. It ain't spinning, man.
Yeah.
That's what you're paying for.
But
It's gliding, huh? He's like, I'm on a boat, man. I'm in a boat on the road.
Land
You
yacht.
can't tell me nothing.
Yeah.
You can't tell me nothing if I'm running that. What you gonna say to me? Ain't nothing to say. Ain't nothing to say. You just gotta do this. That's it. That's all you gotta. Don't tell me nothing. Just tip your cap. Just tip your cap.
Yeah, say, do you have any grapefruit pie?
Listen, I'm going 30 miles an hour down the road. I'm going 30 miles an hour. You ain't telling me nothing. 30 miles an hour. Everybody gonna see these wheels ain't spinning. But you got more than that.
A concealed heavy counterweight at the bottom uses gravity to keep the logo perfectly upright and heavy.
Come on, man. It's just free will, man.
Listen, I don't know what it is.
Wheels move, but you can't go.
I don't know what it is, man. I don't know what it is, man.
That's not.
I don't know what it is,
They're
man.
not getting. They're not making technology out. They got no alien Rolls Royce out. It's not cherry.
Why you getting mad, man? It ain't moving nowhere, man. The car wheels ain't moving, man. Look at the signs, man. The signs ain't moving.
They took the
The double R ain't moving.
black
Are you
man's
doing this, son? Everywhere you go, the double R is like this. It ain't never moved.
It looks cool.
It ain't never lost, man. Double R never lost. Never lost. I'm saying, they never lost. Just embrace it. Just be happy for it. Whoever rolls, be happy for it, man.
There's nothing wrong with that. Listen, I'm happy for him. The issue is that
I'm joking. I'm joking, everyone. I'm joking, everyone. Come on, man.
But once a man has that, after a certain period of time, it's not enough.
True.
I bought that, had a T-shirt, don't want no more. What else is out there?
I know.
Because that in behavior, that covetous element in behavior, it pushes to excess because now this spinning wheel or non-spinning wheel or optical illusion or this alien technology in this vehicle, it's just not enough.
It's alien, man.
It doesn't go fast enough. I wish I could drive faster with the same, bigger, stronger, faster.
That's what Scott Storch bought this car that like you got to fill the gas in it, but as soon as you sit back, you can hit from 0 to like 200. It was a crazy vehicle, and he went broke obviously, but the car he had was so crazy. You just push the gas, you're out of there quick, but it burns gas too fast. Anyway,
I bet.
Everything you're saying is true. But what was I saying from the beginning? The Most High hates that covetous man or woman. That person that in their mind, I gotta have more.
And no blessing I get or a person gets is ever enough to find fulfillment and appreciation with God.
Done.
He can give you 1,000 Rolls Royces and you're not happy with God. That's a real thing, bro.
Yeah.
You can have 3 mansions, 4 mansions, and I'm not happy with God. That's the soul that has a black hole in it.
Yep.
It's a black hole in that spirit.
And he's telling you he hates that covetous spirit.
Yeah.
But think about this. Whether it's the covetous spirit that always wants more, or it's the covetous spirit that always finds fault.
Same thing.
It's the same thing. Because people will sit back and say, I don't want that Rolls Royce like a war wants one. I just want to be happy. Well,
but you can never make that person happy.
That's what I'm trying to say.
And the reason why you can't find happiness is because everything the Most High gives you make happy,
I scrutinize.
You're ultra hypercritical
covetous. But it's still covetous that if you have something, you might not want more, but you want this thing that I had to be perfect.
To fit your preference. So it's still covetous. It's another form. Covetousness comes in multiple forms.
And that's what I was
gratitude.
Yes.
That's what I was trying to say. Because just because you might not want to be rich, you want what you want to be perfect.
Yeah, because listen, people blow off when we say gratitude. They think we're just go over some kind of religious, religious point and some kind of just repetitive point in the class. No, we're telling you the root of wickedness. The root of wickedness is our inability to be grateful for what the Most High gives us on a daily basis. It's the root of sin.
Yep.
I want to keep sinning because I'm not happy with my cup. What I got in this cup is not enough. So why not sin? Why not get more pleasure? Because God's not taking care of me. Or whoever God sent to me is not taking care of me. And can I live the rest of my life with this many critiques?
Or I'm okay with what you gave me if this person can change and do this and
but that's the scrupulous element now.
Then I'll be happy.
Now I'm trying to control
you're
people.
still covetous.
Yeah.
I'll be okay with what you give me if this person doesn't act like this and think like this and talk like this. That means you want another person.
You want the world to conform to you, and you want the world to, the whole world must, I keep bringing these points because these points come out multiple classes. You bring up points in classes, I bring up points, Joshua bring up points. He brought this point up about, in Philo, it was painting a picture of a person that can be so negative that the people around them must yield themselves and carry this person on their back as a throne. Meaning what? A person with this type of, I guess,
Suppressive nature.
suppressive nature becomes an oppressor by means of they don't feel good without you having to conform to their opinion. So they have a magic book of invisible opinions that you don't know, and they always complain. I hate this type of stuff. I hate this. It's super hard. They pull a magic book out. This is why I'm mad at you today. I did 31 things that make you happy. You're mad because I missed one thing on the 31
because
list?
that one thing that you did didn't make me feel loved.
I don't feel loved.
That's covetous.
And then
because you didn't conform in the way that I want.
Yes.
You're not making me feel loved.
And then once you master the 31 flavors they want, you give them every basket.
Then there's gonna be 32 flavors.
Here's the mint, and here's the acai berry, and here's the lemon, and here's the meringue, and here's
bubblegum flavor.
Here's the bubblegum flavor. I made bubblegum ice cream for you, baby. Where's the cocoa flavor? Where's the cocoa flavor? You forgot the cocoa. Damn, I gave you 31 flavors.
You didn't put the Kit Kats on top of that. You got to put Kit Kat on top of the chocolate.
Where are my sprinkles? Where are my sprinkles?
You're out of M&M's? You don't have M&M's?
I ran out of M&M's.
You don't have Heath bars?
I don't have Heath bars.
You gotta have Heath bars.
I gave you Snickers. I put Snickers on there. No.
I wanted Heath bars. How do you not want a Heath bar?
I don't have enough nougat in this. I want more nougat. Can I have more nougat with this? This person has you in slavery. This is slavery because now every single aspect of what you give is not appreciated because you missed one. I'm counting the sprinkles.
How about the graham cracker broken down? You got to have graham crackers.
Thank you. Where's the graham
Without
cracker?
graham crackers, this doesn't taste. It doesn't taste right.
And these graham crackers taste stale. They taste old. Damn. Oh God. I gotta get graham crackers from scratch and give you organic graham crackers. Or I don't love you.
Yep.
That's the war. That's a different type of covetousness. One is an excess and needs 50,000, 20,000, 40,000 more objects. They're just objects to make them feel good. The other one, the object is your conformity. The object is you having to posture yourself in this backwards position for hours of discomfort. And by all the sweat and suffering you go through, makes them feel happy. Because you're so uncomfortable, now I feel good. If you're not uncomfortable, I don't feel good. And they start to, what's the word for they blackmail? It's called emotional blackmail.
Yeah.
It's called emotional blackmail. That's what people call it in the world. I'm going to make you feel bad about you if you don't give me the 32nd flavor I'm asking.
Yes. Or now I'm depressed.
God hates that.
Now I'm unhappy. Now I'm just so unhappy and unfulfilled if I don't get these things that I'm looking for. And the Most High says He hates that spirit.
Yep.
He hates a spirit that just can't be appreciative of what you have.
And this is why we have to be servants now. Because you can't be in the position of ruler. You can't rule anything and manage anything because you don't even understand how to appreciate
And this is why the
service.
Most High has the nation of Israel in servitude.
There you go.
We are in servitude. We are not spiritually equipped to be sovereign.
To manage.
How about that?
Yeah.
We are not as a nation spiritually equipped to be sovereign. We always talk about the white man, whether it's the white man or the Persian man or the Indian man, whoever it's going to be is going to be over us.
Yep.
Because the Most High has looked at our life and said, these people aren't prepared to sit back here and be on top.
Can't.
Because when you give Israel too much, they can't be told nothing. And they're still not happy with the sovereignty that they get.
They're excessive, and this is the funny part.
And the thing is, because the Most High loves us, if we had sovereignty, we'd be doing just what the white man does. Because isn't that what we do on the block? Is one block enough? No. Everybody want to be Nino Brown, don't they?
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think Jake would do if they had the power like that? Do Nino Brown stuff?
Yep.
Be Freeway Ricky Ross?
Yeah.
You don't think they'd be doing that? You don't think they'd be like Omar and the Wire? Not Omar. That dude's the other guy. What was the last villain? The last top dog kingpin in the Wire? What was his name? The last guy.
I don't know. I don't know.
Somebody got to know. Somebody watched television. Because he had the girl that talked all weird. Yeah, it was Snoop and yeah, but who was the top guy? Marlo. Listen, there'd be a bunch of Marlos running the world, just killing people and throwing them in abandoned buildings. Huh? That would be us if we had power. Whatever we got to do to keep it, we would do it.
And to prove it.
And prove it is his history.
Well, I'm saying to a daily level, a daily, everyday level. Look at how many people that we burn out in relationships. Because we're using the extreme of killing people, putting in abandoned buildings. Everyone's gonna say, well, there's no way.
I'm not gonna do that.
There's no way.
I wouldn't do that.
No way. But how often?
Good point.
But how often do you kill the spirit of a connection? That's what we do. We have an abandoned building of spirits we've killed.
Exploit.
Exploit, and just bad relationships that we've had. That this person was at peace with you, and your covenant nation. I was trying to circle back to your peace class. Shashawan used the oppression angle and paint the same picture. But the funny part, if you get the amount of excess you want, and if you get people to conform and posture themselves to fit what you want, you're still not at peace. The peace is not there. Because there are times when you get both. There are times when you get, the Most High will allow you to have the idea of you have enough and people are doing their best to serve you, make you happy. And then guess what? You're still unhappy. You're still depressed. You just can't point a reason. You can't really find a reason, but something's not right in my life.
Yep.
And this is when people go into indulgence and to pleasures of the body.
I got a question.
Yep.
Is that because people look for peace within people instead of peace within the comfort of scriptures?
I think it's both. Because you can find peace with people because you understand the scriptures. Because you accept the conditions of what the Most High classifies as happiness. Because what kills Israel and kills all people is what's God's version of happiness versus your version of happiness.
Brand.
God's version of happiness is Deuteronomy 28, verse 1 to 15. If you read that, what did he say? Blessed are your children. Blessed is your store of food. You'll be free from wars. You won't have to sit back and live in fear. That's 1 through 15. How about we live that now? Are we in fear of our lives right now?
No.
Do we have enough food to feed ourselves?
For now, yeah.
Now, are we sitting back here living check to check? Yeah. Mm-hmm. But are our children in a position where we can develop them and love them? Are they being harmed? Are they being screwed over and touched and abused? No. So the Most High is giving us blessings now. But how many of us are happy? There's a lot of quietness in the room. He gives every single body in this room that serves the Most High blessings. But everybody's still unhappy. So, the problem is, we haven't sat back here and in the scriptures accepted God's version of happiness, what makes us happy. We don't want God's version of happiness, because that's boring. That's not fun. I'm not able to live my life and be free and do and fulfill my hopes and dreams and everything that my fantasies tell me makes me happy. So a lot of us could sit back here and read Deuteronomy 28 all of our life and not realize what he said we're supposed to be happy about.
That's true.
So we walk around here unhappy and unfulfilled, not realizing that we're pissing the Most High off every single day. Because we don't appreciate what we have. He didn't tell us we're going to have this perfect guy and this perfect wife and this perfect snares. He said your family will be taken care of and looked after. And your children will be able to be protected and not be harmed. And you won't have to deal with wars. He didn't tell you all this extra stuff. We want extra. We want extra on top of what he promised us. Yes, I have a husband, but
Yeah.
he doesn't make me feel like I'm the number one object in my life, in his life. Is that not how people want to sit back here and be felt? I want my husband to make me feel I'm important and special. And if he doesn't make me feel this way, I'm unhappy. And I want more. Like, did the scriptures ever say you were going to be promised that? When you read Proverbs 31, the wife is sitting back here, getting up in the morning, making sure the house is taken care of, doing whatever she can do for the family. And where's the husband? He's at the gates, dealing with business. Did it say, man, this virtuous wife is sitting back here and she's loved on and her man makes her feel special and like $1 million bucks? And she's the happiest, she's treated like the queen she's supposed to be? Is that what anywhere in the scriptures? Hell no. But why are people unhappy? Because they want stuff that wasn't promised to them. People are unhappy because they don't get things that they think they deserve, but it has nothing to do with the Bible.
And if you get a taste of it, you
Huh?
Their expectation is unrealistic.
That's the point. And then they sit back here and have some good moments. Then the moments got to happen every day.
that's what I'm saying.
Listen, there's a good moment.
There's a moment.
Most High gives us good days,
magic
right or wrong.
moment.
Most High says nothing wrong with having a good day.
You had the magic moment.
Exactly. But listen, you get good moments and good times.
Yeah.
But we take good times like it's cocaine. We want magic moments all the time.
What's that bag of happiness you gave me? Baby, you told me you love me. Like you told me everything you need. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday.
Exactly.
Can we wait till Saturday? Can we wait till Sunday when the sun go down?
You promised.
You promised. You said you love me. Like, God damn.
I feel like some validation.
I need some validation. It's Wednesday. I need it tonight.
Come on.
Like, what? I need you to make me feel like I'm $1 million bucks.
I was prom queen.
You want it every day. You want that thought and that feeling every day. Like you're the baddest in the club every night. My goodness. Can people just live life and occasionally have good times?
No.
That's like the Most High. Can you sit back here and when I give you a blessing, be happy I give you a blessing, but it ain't going to happen every day. It's going to be months down the line. You want a new car every night?
Yes.
You want a new car? You want new clothes every night? Golly, what's wrong with us? And that's the covetousness.
We're not real. That's not real, bro. That's not. No one can perform that. No one can conform. No one can perform to the capacity of the desire of your covetousness.
Yeah.
It's like you're pouring coffee into a cup with a hole in it. You just keep pouring coffee. Oh, you want more coffee? Here, baby. Here's some more coffee. Oh, damn. Well, here's some more coffee. Here's what? My cup's still empty, baby. Okay, here's some more coffee.
Well, the flow is full of coffee. The flow is full of coffee.
More. Damn, you're burning your hand, baby. You're burning your hand. You're destroying your spirit. Your spirit's getting burnt up, baby. Baby, give me more coffee, man. Because I'm hot enough. Okay. Damn, how do you deal with this? How do you deal with this? This is us, huh? It's the truth. We're using people and relationships like drugs. Huh?
I know. So
It's really to fill a void.
Yes,
but it's a drug. It's still a drug.
But it's to fill a void that will never be satisfied.
Yes.
Because the flesh can never be satisfied.
Yes.
And the only way to neutralize it is to be appreciative of the good when it comes.
Yes.
But see, you can't be okay with that unless you can be okay with the very least.
Yes.
Can you be okay with the very least?
Moderation.
Didn't Paul say I know how to be abound and abased?
Yes.
I know how to operate when things are going my way and when things aren't going my way.
I'm still happy either way.
That's the case. That's the key.
And that extreme, insatiable hunger.
That means I have to be okay with nothing.
True, because
And if I'm okay with nothing, then everything else is cake.
Can I make this point?
Yep.
But this is what happens. The extreme insatiable hunger, if it's not satisfied, which we all have, it turns into this intense, this tantrum. I think we have tantrums after the order that we have is now fulfilled, after all the hinting, we keep hinting because we don't want to be direct. We keep hinting. Some of us are direct.
But the hint is this: more. The hint is more. More.
No, the hint is a complaint.
Well, I want more. I'm complaining because I want more. I want more.
That's all you got.
This isn't good enough.
That's all you brought.
Yeah, that's my point.
That's
It's
all they
always more. And then we mask it with fake humility. We pray for more. We're always. That's why the Most High. That's why Christ said, stop this repetitive ass asking.
Yeah.
Stop repetitive prayers.
Yeah.
Why?
Should be nice. It should be
More,
nice.
more. I wish I would have more. Wish I would have more. Oh, will you just keep giving me more. That's what repetitive prayers all about. Why do you keep begging for the same damn thing over and over again?
What's that guy's name? The comedian, the white guy with the he played the mask, Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
And he played God in the movie.
Yeah.
And he had all those.
No. That was Morgan Freeman, but he was in the movie, and it was allowed to be God by Morgan Freeman.
Okay, it's that scene. It's that scene where everybody he listen to all these prayers and everybody's asking for the lottery.
Yeah.
Lottery.
Yeah.
Lottery. Yeah. I guess you turn your ear off.
Yep.
We haven't learned the skill of gratitude. Gratitude is a skill.
Yep.
And I think if we mastered or learned or got some forward momentum in that skill, the funny part is you actually be happy.
Yep.
We have less broken spirits in our relationships.
Yep.
We'd be less fractured, and there'd be less brokenness. But because we don't have that skill, there's nothing but brokenness around us.
Yep.
And we're just reacting to the brokenness. We look around, this is broken, that is broken. The momentum of the marriage is broken. The household is broken. How I feel is broken. We look at all the brokenness around us, and someone has to be to blame.
Yep.
So who's going to be to blame for that brokenness?
Somebody's the fall guy.
The authority figure.
Yep.
Any authority figure, the authority figure must be the blame of the brokenness. When the brokenness is really a product of my inability and lack of skill and gratitude, which is a dysfunction. And that dysfunction creates a dysfunctional environment. Covetousness creates dysfunctional environments, and dysfunctional environments bleed on to the next day, the next week, the next year, and eventually break souls and break houses. So if we don't get this, we're going to lose our blessings, which I'm trying to get to. You're going to lose your sovereignty. You're going to lose the little that you had, the Most High gave you. You're going to push it away. You're going to push your happiness away, your real happiness away. You got to fight for you. You're going to push people that fight for you away.
Brother, listen. What you said is what we got to keep reading on. Read verse 9 again.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 9.
Yes.
Why is earth and ashes proud?
Mm-hmm.
There is not a more wicked thing than a covetous man. For such a one setteth his own soul to sell.
What you don't understand is when I have to get what I want at all costs, then I start compromising right or wrong for that pursuit. That's what we don't understand. How do you sit back here and start compromising your spirit? The disrespect intensifies. The arguing fight continues. The angry spirit is there begins to be this war for what you want. And in the war for what you want, the disrespect intensifies. The pride intensifies. The ego intensifies. And then the crazy thing is when you sit back and fight and argue for what you want and you finally get it, does it really hit the same? If you're fighting and arguing to go out and you're just complaining about going out and then he takes you out, you're mad that he took you out that way, but you just blag and fight and argue behind it. Who wants to do that? It's better when you're obedient and you get rewarded for your obedience in due time. But the Most High says he hates that covetous person that has to fight and argue and complain to get what they want. The Most High doesn't like that spirit. But continue.
Nobody likes that spirit.
Nobody likes that spirit. Not just the Most
High.
High.
Not just the Most High, man. The Most High made man in his image.
That's true.
Nobody likes that spirit.
Constant nagging and nagging and nagging and nagging and nagging.
That kind of spirit gets spit in your food.
Yeah.
You know?
It's the truth.
You complaining the ice isn't cold enough. The lettuce isn't green enough.
The beans cross over
the cheese,
into the right side.
I wanted provolone cheese, this American cheese. You know,
Fix this.
You keep sending the waiter back. You get some spit in your
playing king, right?
Never content.
Yeah.
People eventually get tired of that.
Con. And both some men and women.
Yeah.
But continue.
For such an one setteth his own soul to sell, because while he liveth, he casteth away his bowels.
Listen, you cast away your substance. What makes you you? You compromise who you are because you're not happy with what you got.
The best of you.
And that's what we end up going to. You end up destroying the good because if you don't have what you want, you tear it down. If you don't have things the way you want, life ain't Burger King, man. You're not going to have it your way. Even though we fight tooth and nail for it. Everybody's not going to have their burger sliced, that. Everybody can't go to the fast food spot and get their hamburger sliced.
I tried every time.
It's not gonna happen. You gotta spend $30 to get your hamburger sliced out, not $5. You want 5-star service for $10. It ain't gonna happen. Anyway, let's keep going.
Verse 10. The physician cutteth off a long disease, and he that is today a king, tomorrow shall die.
What is he saying? He's saying this covetous spirit, if you don't kill that disease early enough, the Most High is going to have to remove you. Covetousness is a disease. We have to look at our spiritual flaws as a disease. That's the only way you're going to destroy it. We talk about in Romans how you have to hate your issue. You have to hate the wickedness in you. However you got to look at it, you got to look at it as like it's cancer. Either if you got cancer and you're diagnosed with cancer, you got a real decision to make.
Yeah, fight.
You going to still keep eating chicken and fries? Or you going to sit back and make drastic dietary decisions and drastic discipline decisions to restore your health? What are you going to do? Some people sit back here and keep smiling and living. Some people make changes. If you got lung disease, you going to still keep smoking? Some people do. Some people change and do everything they can to correct their situation. If you got the disease of covetousness, are you going to look at it as destroying a disease and attacking every thought that fuels covetousness or not? And all of us have covetousness to a degree in us. Once you recognize it, are you going to kill it? You're going to keep feeding it and telling yourself, if I don't have it, I can't be happy. Because people sit back here and tie in covetousness with their ego. They can't live without getting what they want. If you don't separate the two, you won't survive it. Read on.
For when a man is dead, he shall inherit creeping things, beasts and worms.
Not your salvation if you don't sit back here and break this. Read on.
The beginning of pride is when a man departeth from the Most High, and his heart is turned away from his Maker.
But listen, pride is when a person departs from the Most High. But we just read earlier that covetousness was the fuel that departed. Pride is why a person leaves. But once you make a decision to depart the Most High, what was your vice that took you out? We have to fight like heck to make sure nothing takes us out. Nothing pulls us out so far that we feel that we have to keep that and die on our sword with that flaw versus eradicating this and looking at it like a disease to salvage our salvation. We're done.
Pride is the beginning of sin, and he that hath it shall pour out abominations.
He said pride is the beginning of sin. What does that mean? The pride is I need whatever I'm pursuing more than pleasing the Most High. That's pride. I got to go my way in pursuit of things I want above making the Most High my priority. And or to be specific, finding happiness in the pursuit of the Most High. Because some people come to class, some people do this Bible thing, some people do the law thing. But are you happy doing it? Are you happy serving the Most High and getting the basic protection blessings that come from serving the Most High? The fact that you have a family, the fact that you have a husband, The fact that the Most High puts food in your stomach, does that make you happy? Because if it isn't, that's the beginning of your pride. And how the Most High sustained you ain't enough. The fact that He sustained you isn't enough. That's the beginning of your downfall. And then once serving the Most High the way He wants you to serve Him and the conditions you're living in isn't enough, then all of a sudden that's the beginning of your fall. And the only question is, what vice is going to take you out?
And scripture,
Yes.
Isaiah chapter 59, verse 12.
Isaiah chapter 59 and verse 12.
How does the Most High know that someone has been infected by pride? How do you know you've been infected with a disease of pride? Read.
Isaiah chapter 59 verse 12.
Or even covetousness. Read.
For our transgressions are multiplied before thee.
No, it's 59. I'm sorry, Psalm 59. I said Isaiah.
Yes.
It was Psalm 59 and 12. That's something else for Isaiah, but Psalm 59 and 12.
Psalms 59. Psalm chapter 59 and verse 12.
Read.
For the sin of their mouth.
It says, for the what?
For the sin of their mouth.
How does the Most High know you've been infected with a disease of covetousness or pride?
For the sin of their mouth.
What is the mouth? What he said? Sin is not just an action. Sin comes from the what?
The mouth.
It can come from the mouth.
Wow.
He said, for the sin of what?
For the sin of their mouth.
Go ahead.
And the words.
And the what?
And the words.
What does the Most High determine whether you have covetousness or you have pride?
The words.
He's listening to your what?
Words.
Your words. Everything you say, the Most High is measuring if you're appreciative or not. Everything you say, the Most High can understand if you're thankful or have gratitude or not. Everything you say, the Most High is measuring whether you're speaking out of pride, arrogance, or the fact that you just cannot be pleased. You're implacable. You just cannot be satisfied. Nothing's ever good enough. He says, the sin of thy mouth and thy words, read on.
It says, and the words of their lips, let them even be taken in them, even be taken in their pride.
What is the main ingredient of why they're talking the way they're talking? What's the root of the disease of why they have the words that they have, that nothing's ever good enough, always complaining, never satisfied? What is the real issue? It's pride. Pride is the root of a lot of issues, and the Most High can smell it and hear it by the words. It's what you say. It's not always what you do. It's the things you complain about. It's the fact that what the Most High gives you is never good enough. It's the fact that you're never satisfied. It's the fact that the Most High will bless you with something, and then you still look at the something that He blessed you with as not being what you actually wanted. That's not what I wanted.
Yep.
You gave it to me, but it's not what I wanted.
Yep.
It wasn't my selection. It wasn't my taste, so to speak. Because the Most High don't always give you what you want. He gives you what you need. But the Most High said He could hear pride. He could smell it. He can taste it. He understand it. It ain't always an action.
Yep.
A lot of times the Most High listen to each and every complaint that we have with each other. The Most High knows, okay, this person's dealing with pride. Read.
And for cursing and lying.
That's that, for cursing and lying. Read.
Which they speak.
Go ahead.
Consume them in wrath.
He said, that's what David said, man, consume them in wrath. He said, that's why he says you're king today, like we just read in Ecclesiastes 10. You're king today, but tomorrow you what? You die. The Most High hates that spirit where He removes them. Because no matter what the Most High does, if it's not in action that they're rebelling or ingracious, it's in words and in speech. Our words also can get us removed. Our complaints can get us removed. So we just got to be careful with that. Finish that thought, Juan.
Consume them in wrath, consume them, that they may not be.
So he said, take them out. So we got to be careful about the things that the Most High has blessed us with, what the Most High has given us, what the situation that we're in has been provided and sponsored by the Most High. And if you can't understand that, the job you got, the house you got, All of it's been sponsored by the Most High.
Right.
And if you got a problem with that, your living arrangement, your marital arrangement, your partnership situation, whatever it is that you're complaining about, you got to watch your mouth. Because it can get you removed. Because the Most High understands what it is. It's still pride. That's all it is. It's pride. Let that go and go back to where we was at.
Listen, we're gonna let it go at that. I think that's enough. It's already at the 4-hour mark, and we can continue in this topic for tomorrow or next week, and just build on top of it. Are there any questions? Right. Let's do it. Amajim, Mapanya, Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Mike Allah.
Send Mike Allah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yasharala.
The people of Yasharala.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
Much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
Forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai, come quickly.
Yahweh Shai, come quickly.
For in thee.
For in thee
is our hope.
is our hope.
Always.
Always.
Forever.
Forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Sorry. Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Award.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us light to see.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the ramsor to call the people.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither let the fool understand this.
Neither does the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the works of iniquity.
All the works of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I should be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On mine enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama'awa.
Hama'awa.
Laduwa.
Laduwa.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tawa.
Tawa.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gam.
Gam.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Kashaman.
Kashaman.
Atawa.
Atawa.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hara'ash.
Hara'ash.
Yerad.
Yerad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hasikwan.
Hasikwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharan.
Aharan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Madawakiwa.
Madawakiwa.
Katal.
Katal.
Karamwan.
Karamwan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hararya.
Hararya.
Tzayawan.
Tzayawan.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawa.
Tazawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Hayayim.
Hayayim.
I.
Havalon.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua.
Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakhnau.
Rakhnau.
Rashrali.
Rashrali.
Rabbiyak.
Rabbiyak.
Support. Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakhnau.
Rakhnau.
Rashrali.
Rashrali.
Rabbiyak.
Rabbiyak.
Support. Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakhnau.
Rakhnau.
Rashrali.
Rashrali.
Rabbiyak.
Rabbiyak.
Support. Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakhnau.
Rakhnau.
Rashrali.
Rashrali.
Rabbiyak.
Rabbiyak.
Support. Turn. Rakhtei Ho.
Rakhtei Ho.
Rakhtei Hamshat.
Rakhtei Hamshat.
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 All knowledge.
All knowledge.
All wisdom.
All wisdom.
All understanding.
All understanding.
All mercy.
All mercy.
All patience.
All patience.
All long suffering.
All long-suffering.
All grace.
All grace.
All mercy.
All mercy.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From your house.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From your house.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From your house.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
One.
Biyat.
Dawiyat. Oh no, Nagah.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh. Why Yahweh Shai? Why call Yasha Allah? Men of Israel. Amad. Barak.
Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua Barakatam.
Kom Yasha.
Kom Yasha.
Kom Yasha.
Kom Yasha.
Kom Yasha.
Kom Yasha.
Yasha Matah. Turn and face the sisters. Then Amadu Shabbat.
Can you explain what we said to the brothers and to the sisters? About to the sisters.
Come. We're asking for the Most High to bless, heal, protect the brothers, and now we're turning and face the sisters to send out also a salute, which is a blessing, asking and requesting from the Most High to bless and protect the sisters as well.
And to hear them.
And to hear
Most
them.
High hears them. Yeah. Okay, call it.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Amad, Barak,
Yahweh Shema Alatham by Hashem Yahushua.
Dr. Matah.
Dismissed. Voila. Israel to watch, tuning in. See y'all on Monday.